correct. We should have that stupid that dumb VPN should not exist anymore. We're gonna make ourselves bigger because I'm the main character here. I think that size is good. I think that's a nice size. The background music's going, the mic is going. Nothing's broken today. We're just 23 minutes late to our own job, which that is fine. So first, we're gonna do MTG Goldfish standard metagame, and we're gonna look at something to rip off. So the most basic white bread HOA basic bitch thing we can do is Dimir midrange. Blithen, what's up? You saw the Kibler tweet too? So it's a bunch of removal, it's a planeswalker, so this deck is out. What's Golgari midrange doing? Just your average John, thank you for the 5 months in a row at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home, good buddy. I will not descend. You descend. You're the one who lives above me. You descend. What's up, Helios? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Full-size mauled stream. Who cares about the gameplay? I mean, hey, the gameplay is probably not going to be much to look at. We might have to do this if I get to play Sheoldred and Thrun in the same deck. We're not going to put Nissa in the sideboard because I hate planeswalkers. She magic on my gathering till I standard. She standard on my magic until I gather. How about that one, though? What's up, Spellbreaker? What's up, Shady? Helios, what gave you... You know you can't drop that without story time. What gave you an anxiety attack at the gym, my friend? Oh, yeah, you have certs to do. That sucks, bro. Imagine. Smaller Frog, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars for the 2nd month in a row. Reminder, if anybody has Jeffrey dollars, I appreciate them. If you don't, I appreciate your eyeballs regardless. Senko Floof, thank you for the tier 1. Listen, I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm a little stupid. I'm not totally sure how Twitch works. It tells me resubscribe for 9 months, but it says you've been subscribed for 12 months. So I'm going to say happy anniversary. Good to see you, Senklo. So today, depending on our wild card availability, we're going to try to play standard. We're going to see what decks we can put together. We're going to export this one to Arena because I think I at least have a lot of these. Resub for 9 is 9 in a row, 12 is total. I'm going to call that an anniversary. Fuck it. Alistair Trinity, thank you for the Prime sub for the 7th month. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars so soon after I asked. Zors Truly, I tried asking you last night before you signed off, but I just sent a highlighted blank message. What's your favorite creature type and why? If you have a video on it, I apologize for my ignorance. So I don't have a video on it because I broadly do not fuck with creature types. I do not find strict adherence to one creature type very interesting. As one of my mods, Arya, has described it, they are parasitic. If you want to have a deck that is focused around a creature type, it generally eats away everything else you want to do in the deck and denies you from doing other cool things. That said, the creature types I enjoy the most are specifically Niv Mizzet dragons and then ninjas. I love ninjas. I wish ninjutsu was a better mechanic that could be done more fairly than it is. I know it's dog shit. I know it's cheater bullshit. I'm missing 9 rare wild cards. Oh my god, Mosswood Dread Knight's a fucking rare. What are we talking about? Okay, so what do we cut? we can make the Sheoldreds. Oh, we can definitely afford to cut some lands. Can we cut all these lands, though? Holy shit. Derek, we're just, for the foreseeable future, I'm going to be bouncing back and forth between MTGO and MTGA. Can you think of a notable card that when it dropped, you were like, this is my new favorite card? That happened to me with Gyruda whenever it came out. I'll be honest, it happened with Niv Mizzet Visionary. I saw it and I thought this is my favorite thing ever, and it's yet another card I can never play at low power because it's so overwhelmingly good. Niv Mizzet Visionary makes me feel unnatural things about how I want to play the game Magic the Gathering, and I'm not allowed to because I like playing at silly haha deck level, and Niv Mizzet Visionary can't do it. He can't do it. Have you seen Bolt Wave? Have you seen that shit? It's too good. 1 mana, draw 9? Sure. Sure, bruh. John, I have tried Marvel Rivals. I deeply dislike it. I like it. If I play Cloak and Dagger, that is like bearable enough that I can get through games. I will never ever sit down, think to myself, what do I want to do for fun today, and load into a goddamn hero shooter. It's better than Overwatch. I've tried Venom, John. I've tried Venom. I've tried the DPS. I've tried Star-Lord. I've tried Iron Man. I've tried Scarlet Witch. Bruh. It sucks. It sucks. It's the worst part of League of Legends for the entire game. It's the idiot scramble, which is my least favorite part of League of Legends, where we have no plan. We're just throwing bodies at each other nonstop. And that is the only part of Marvel Rivals. I hate it. I feel like if you fuck really heavy with ARAM, you probably fuck with Marvel Rivals, and I hate ARAM. It's not an addiction. It is not an addiction. I play it sometimes. Nobody look at the number of hours I have. I've tried Pokemon Unite. I played Pokemon Unite many years ago, and I liked it then. I didn't think it was great. I thought Zapdos had way too much control over who won the game, but other than that, I enjoyed it. Okay, so we're probably not making this deck. God damn it. Okay, well, we need to find a budget standard deck. I do not want to be... Hold on, there's a Maze's End deck. I gotta see if this works. I gotta see. Hold on. Oh, we do Azorius. Yeah, we could do Azorius Enchantments aggro. Is Reanimator any good in budget? I'm really not sure because I'm so unfamiliar with the budgets of things. For me, every card costs printer paper, and that's it. Yeah, you can do Heir Apparent, but I feel like Heir Apparent is still... Jesus God, 4 copies of Omen Path Journey? Wait, what's the second set of... Does the sideboard have a bunch of mythics in it? Oh my God, this fucker's running Rest in Peace. Hey Mauld, what kind of mood do you feel like going today for MTGA? Well, I want to do standard, but I'm once again limited fiercely by how many wildcards I have. Because Wizards hates its consumer base and wants you to pay $200 for everything you do until the day you die. Where is... Hold on. Arya put a... Arya showed us a deck for this yesterday. That's whatever. Boros Energy, Azorius Tempo. This might be it. Oh no, this is still the one that's far too good. Is this the right one? Oh good, only 29 rares. My fault. My fault, only 29 rares. Yeah, we may have to, God, we can't even run a draft. We could do like a quick draft and then just try to rare draft. I have to ask, does anyone else have issues with common wild cards? They're almost as stingy as the mythics on my end. You are out of your mind. No, if you are, Zors, if you are somehow burning through common wild cards at the same rate as you're burning through mythics, I do not know what to tell you, but you are in danger. Well, I think the problem is if we don't, what sets did you draft super hard? Actually, you'll have more rares from there. I haven't drafted a lot recently is the thing. I went to MTGO like a month ago and stopped doing all my quests and shit. I feel like I played a decent amount of Bloomburrow. Bloomburrow, I really smashed my head into the wall trying to figure out the format because I hated it so much. We'll just try, fuck it, we'll just try a quick draft of Bloomburrow and see if we can rare draft it. So what do we need? Rare wildcards? I definitely don't have 4 of these fuckers though. Sure, frogs. Okay. Me when I rare draft. The bots took all the rares already. What are we on? We're on Temur frogs. Dewdrop Cure doesn't do anything. None of these cards say frog on it. Yeah, we've chosen pain today. Yeah, Spellbreaker. Duskmourn draft definitely was not around for long enough. I think that was a very, very fun set to draft, and it would have been great if it had lasted a little bit longer. How do you get wildcards from drafts, by the way? Project, my understanding is that if you have 4 of a given card and you draft extra ones in draft, then you get the wild card for it. Grungy Gay 7, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. 4-color bad stuff. It's what it's looking like right now. We're gonna figure out a deck from this after the fact. Is rare drafting a thing online? Chat said so, so we're trying it. We have like the beginnings of an otter deck. Oh, I think Mockingbird is actually in one of the decks we wanted to build, so that's helpful. That's 1 rare down, and no more rares, great. I feel like this is, that's index. We could build 8 rack. Oh, you get gems for copies? Well, that sucks. Then we'll just pitch this deck as soon as we finish making it. I feel like Calamitous Tide isn't relevant. We could also try and, like, snipe. I don't know if Artist Talent is in any of these decks. But Mockingbird is at least a good-ish card. Okay, Frog Wizard. Blacksmith's Talent is whatever. Bird Frog. Also a frog. None of these cards matter. I do not think Tender Wild Guide is relevant to anything to anything these decks are gonna do. Are there any frogs available for purchase, good sir? I guess we're like half on frogs and half on otters, so it's not... Here, I'll just take the frog. What's up, Phoebe? Sure, Long River's pull. Sure, more counter spells. It's all we can do. Hey Mauld, concerning draft, what set do you think had the best draft archetypes? I don't know if I would say it had the best archetypes, but I would definitely say that Duskmourn felt the best overall. And if anything, I think that was due to the fact that the archetypes were less well defined. I think one of the reasons Bloomborough draft was unrepentantly terrible was that you were so firmly shoved into the hallway locker of whatever archetype you picked early on that it never really felt like I got to cook in Bloomborough draft. And I think that was different for the people that were really good. Ryan Ramage, yes, we are on Twitch right now. All right, so I'm gonna cut everything that isn't a frog or blue and see what we end up with. So we're at 9, 10, 11, 16, 17. Okay, so we can put one thing back in. We're not putting the monolith in. So we have an option for 1 or 2 more Simic cards. Jethro05, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Are we trying to draft our way into building a standard deck? A little bit. We were like a few wild card short of putting together any of the good standard decks right now. So we were trying to see if we could get any wild cards out of it. Ryan, is it wrong? Ram age. Oh, okay. I mean, this hand is so cooked. Why is Mudflat Village still in here? Alright, fuck it. Well, we definitely don't need you. Even the Enchantments aggro list. The Enchantments aggro list has 30 rares. If I may have pulled up the wrong, but this is like the Enchantments aggro list. 5 mythic, 29. It's just not cheap in, or it's just not expensive in paper. Like, it's cheap in paper because the rares that it plays are not particularly good, but it is not cheap to craft in Arena where every rare costs the exact same $300. Justice for my boy Mauld, we demand the creator account shenanigans. Sandmaster, let me explain to you how hateful and stingy Wizards of the Coast is when it comes to MTG Arena. Creator accounts basically do not exist outside of draft. If they will give you creator accounts for early access drafting a set, outside of that, they basically just say, ah, fuck you, you're gonna play this anyway. We're not giving you shit. MTGO, on the other hand, will give you creator accounts, which is why I've been spending a little bit more time on MTGO. The only downside of that is that MTGO looks like Microsoft Excel threw up. So this gets flying, right? Yeah. Do you think Arena Standard and Paper Standard have different mindsets because of the rarity situation? I think they do, only at the elos that don't matter. I think that at the low level, hold on. I think at very low levels of gameplay, I think Wild Guide has a better chance to actually grow into something meaningful. I think at very low levels of gameplay, people are worrying about how to make budget wildcard decks, but I think once you get at Platinum or above, which is the elo where people actually start trying to win the game, everybody is playing hardcore enough that they do have the wildcards for it. Let's see if there's anything. God. Oh, we can Offspring. That's pretty good. Getting to Platinum feels like such a mountainous task. Listen, I'm here to tell you this for free, brother. It really should not. Getting to... Yeah, this one's over. Getting to Platinum in Magic the Gathering Arena is basically just a, like, do you have 30 minutes of free time every day to play, like, 2 matches of Arena? Because below Platinum, you have a greater than... To get to Platinum, you need a 34% win rate. Because you get more elo than you lose every time you play a game below Platinum. And so even if you're not using red deck wins and trying to cheese everybody, to get to Platinum, you need a deck that can win more than 1 game out of every 3. The bar is in hell. The only thing stopping you is it is a check on, do you have the free time to play enough games for statistics to naturally buoy you up to Platinum. And then Platinum, you actually have to start playing. Like below Platinum, or even at Platinum. At Platinum and below, it is all people playing homebrew decks or people playing meta decks really badly. But what if I have a 20% win rate? Right, if you have a 20% win rate, something is deeply wrong with how you are approaching the game. Either you are trying to play a homebrew deck, which if you play a homebrew deck in 60 card 1v1 ranked ladder, I tip my hat to you in respect. You are not trying to win and are therefore not a part of the conversation I'm having with you right now. The people I'm talking to right now are people who are theoretically trying to win. And if you went into the standard ranked ladder with the idea of, I went through Scryfall and compiled this list and ported it to Arena and I think it's really cool, you're not trying to win. You're trying to have a nice Friday, which is a totally different goal and is very admirable. CH Vasilio and Jet Alone, thank you very much for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Like, describing those decks as trying to win is like describing this draft deck as trying to win. This draft deck was like, fuck it, maybe I'll get some wild cards. TBH, I play 10 Pioneer best of 3 games and I'm happy to hit high silver. That's enough for me. And that's really what the ranked ladder is checking in terms of getting to Platinum. It's just checking, hey, do you have the patience to play 1 or more games a day? Like if you play 1 or more games a day of Arena on the ranked ladder and you don't get to Platinum, something's wrong. I do not mean that in a disparaging way. I just mean that in a, like, play 1 game of best of 1 of ranked every single day. You will get to Platinum or something is fucked up. Searching for a galley. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And as Spellbreaker's saying, in ranked, be evil. In a 1v1 competitive format, there are no perks for being cool or based. Just fucking win. It's balanced around winning. Commander is to some degree balanced around being cool and having a good time. The ranked ladder is balanced around killing this motherfucker and his dumb Oko avatar. That's what we gotta be on. People online aren't real and they can't talk to you. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you to get out of here with that mess. I don't know if I ward. I probably just do Lily Plash. And then I start putting counters on with either the Druid or draw some cards. Lizato, I'm doing good. How are you doing, my friend? I wish there was ranked Brawl, as I play more Brawl than 60 card formats. Jet, I think you want that. I don't think anybody in the world actually wants that because it would be completely fucking miserable. Singleton is a joke in terms of the game having balance. Singleton is an absolute irredeemable joke in terms of game balance, and if they made a ranked ladder for it, it would be the most exhausting, stupid, relentless combo meta you have ever seen in your life, and it would be entirely determined by the coin flip on whoever goes first. Coin flip, die roll, rock, paper, scissors, whatever. That is the only legitimate competition in there, because 100 card singleton, 60 card singleton, 30 card singleton is bullshit in terms of trying to make it a balanced competitive experience. The only thing keeping standard even remotely balanced is the existence of is the fact that it's 4 of. Incredibly important gooning question. Is gooning transitive? Can I, for example, goon a snitch? Or do I, for example, goon on a snitch instead? So what you do is you would goon them. If you goon on a snitch, it would involve knocking out the snitch, getting somebody else to goon, and then gooning them while you were on top of the snitch, which is very difficult to do. Danny, I'm glad you liked the stream yesterday. That Simic deck made me feel stuff. That Simic deck made me feel angry things. Market Gaming, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks for the 3rd month. Become the villain. Play black and crush their balls with a Tempo Liliana on turn 3. This is not 2018. That's not good anymore. And even if I wanted to play the black discard deck, which I like the idea that I'll one day make it to heaven, I don't even know if we have the wild cards for that. I think we just pretend that we have something we don't, and we run bad attacks into this guy to try to get damage through. Hey Maul, 2 questions for you. Question 1, would you ever review a draft cube if it were submitted for a roast? Question 2, do you have any specific sets / blocks you think are good for making a thematic draft cube around? So 1, no, because I value having any brain left inside my head that has not been turned to soup. Draft cubes are too big and expansive and are usually the products of like weed and way too much caffeine at the same time. So I would not attempt to review one holistically. I might be able to review the themes that you said you were going to put in there, like do these 5 or 6 slices of the cube work together, but I would absolutely not review an entire cube. Do you have specific sets or blocks you think are good for making a thematic draft cube around? As long as it's not Bloomber or Tarkir, everything else is equal. That is my internal hierarchy of draftability of different sets. Is you have like the all-timers, and I think for everyone they have a different personal opinion of what the all-timers are. But you have the all-timers right here, and then you have literally everything else right here. And then way below where the camera can catch, just like you can't see, but I've actually pushed through the floor of this room. That is where Bloomburrow and Tarkir is. And so as long as you don't do those, it's all great. Visato, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub for the 7th month in a row. I must once again inform you there's no game sound. That doesn't sound right. You sound crazy, Visato. In fact, and right now, I'm going to prove how crazy you are. Look at all these game sounds, Visato. In fact, you sound a little worked up, and we can talk about this more when you've calmed down. A doppelgang / invasion of Arcavios control deck should be easy enough to put together if you have a bunch of kind of good cards. See, Jet, the thing is we do want the deck to win sometimes. We do want the deck to win occasionally. What deck is this? Oh wait, did they just give me... They just gave me the Azorius aggro enchantress list. Hey Mauld, how would you describe the value of running only one card in a 4-of format? I think there are two reasons you would do that. One is the card says, fuck you, Sam, and you're really tired of playing against Sam, or you should cut it, but you can't bring yourself to. I think if you're main boarding, which means it's in the flat 60 card version of the deck, if you are main boarding a 1-of, that's wrong. That's wrong if you're main boarding a 1-of. Because the main point of 1-ofs is they're very specific hate pieces for other decks. Mauld, if you were forbidden by a curse to play Is It ever again, what would you choose to play? Dimir, Rakdos, other? I'd play Grixis. Get shit on. I'd cut Overlord and Dollmakers for Feyflight. Yeah, we might be able to edit this into a acceptable approximation. So we can use one rare wild card. We're missing 2 cards. Let's just pull up. I have some draft tokens burning a hole in my pocket because I don't draft. Is there any draft events you think I should hop on now, or should I hold them? Nah, I don't think Pioneer Masters is particularly great. It's not the worst, but like Foundations and Pioneer Masters are both very normal drafts. And so if you're not a huge fan of drafting, it's very much not necessary. So we want Enduring Curiosity. Oh, we also want Silent Hall Creepers. Okay. Alec Man, I will elaborate on why Tarkir sucked after we finish making this deck. So we want 21 lands, not 24. Dog, we're taking Crystal Barricade right now. We have 4 armors. For some reason, it's just counting the different arts differently, Market Gaming. So we'll move the Negates, the Disdainful Strokes. We only want... It was only 2 copies of Feyflight, right? Yeah, and then 4 of Shard Mages, 4 of Rescue, 4 of Scavenger. Do we have... We don't have Gremlin Tamer in here. Oh, we do have Gremlin Tamer and Glimmer. Okay. Then do we have Restless? Okay, we do have 2 copies of Restless Anchorage, which is very helpful. Do we have any Flood Farm Verges? Oh, 4. It's already in the deck for us. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm not about to spend a wild card on goddamn Sea Chrome Coast. Okay, so we don't have waste, so we so we're going heavy on the basics. We are going very heavy on the basics for this deck. Do we have... I mean, we can do campgrounds. We can do the campgrounds at least. I feel like Archive is probably better. And we're already out. We're already out of cards. We're already out of cards. Okay. Basics will likely be better than tapped lands. Oh, because it is. Yeah, it is a pretty aggro list. So what do we have too many of? Oh, Disdainful Stroke still needs to be in the sideboard. Do we still need all these entity trackers? We do. So Ethereal Armor, check. Shard Mage's Rescue, check. Sheltered by Ghosts, check. Fey Flight, check. Silent Hall Creeper, check. Gremlin Tamer and Inquisitive Glimmer, check. Optimistic Scavenger, check. Enduring Innocence, check. Entity Tracker, check. And we have 1 land, more than is recommended, right? No, how many lands do we have? 14, 16, 20. Oh, we have 23 lands right now. Now we want Enduring Curiosity. I think because it's aggro, we would consider the Desert Pingers, but I don't think they're necessary. Or I don't think they're that desirable. I think we just want to rock. We want to try to force this to work with having too many basics, and then we can try to fix it after the fact. You need omniscience. Omniscience always works. 100%. Okay, let's answer the question, why did Tarkir suck to draft? So how do I switch to just like a draw tool? Linked objects, yada, yada, yada. Can I just, but I want to scribble forever. Yeah, and scribbling, it'll stop my scribbling. Can I just do it in Paint? Okay, I can't just do it in Paint. So, here's why Tarkir sucked. We're gonna do a little graph for you. X-axis, Y-axis type shit. We'll say on this X-axis, we'll say it's the skill of the individual drafter, and on the Y-axis, we will say it's the fun. Fun or like power. Like how good was your deck? How able were you to be a participant in this game of Magic the Gathering? In a lot of draft sets, obviously you want, maybe let's set this in green to show it's the goal. You want there to be placeholders like this. You want there to be some type of curve where your good drafters are getting rewarded. They feel good about what they're doing. They are smart. They are figuring out what the synergies are. And because they figured out what the synergies are, they get to take your toenails. They get to mug you in the alleyway, take your wallet, and they get gems or wild cards or whatever the fuck the reward is. And they sync up at some point. The bad players are down here. If you don't know anything about drafting, you only take cards that look cool. You only take cards that have big boobs, something like that. Your deck sucks and you get punished for it. The way Tarkir worked, at least my estimation of how Tarkir worked, is the ability of your deck to do anything. The ability of your deck to participate in Magic the Gathering, the curve looked like this. And then it went off into infinity. So instead of there being a reasonable curve of as you got better, made better decisions, drafted better cards, your deck got better and you could play Tarkir a little bit more, most of the decisions were incredibly simple. There was almost always a right answer, and the right answer was almost always, I'm going to hold back my army of shitty 1/4s that have synergy together, and I'm going to wait until I get a bomb. And so most games were staring contests until a bomb broke parity. But if you were incredibly good, if you had really studied the blade, you could put together decks that were much more functional much earlier in the game, and you would just roll the absolute fuck out of everybody. And of course, all the people who are really good at drafting at the time, thought Tarkir was like one of the all-time best sets because they only experienced this slice. Because they were so good at Magic, when they started drafting Tarkir, it was already here. And so they got to experience this really fast and aggressive curve of learning the set and learning how to make it work and it becoming a better and better and better time. And they just never had to experience this slog. And I'm out here, Mauld is out here, representing probably this part of the curve. I will have moments of greatness where I get to rep that right side of the graph, but for the most part, I exist in here. And so my experience was, okay, no matter what I do, I'm going to get my ass beat in the exact same way, or I'm going to beat someone else's ass in the exact same way over and over and over and over. And it was just insanity to play it more than a few times. Mauld, I got to chapter 52 in Wind and Truth. Fuck you for being right. There will be ball-slapping Sillidan sex before this book is over. That's right, Starlight, and don't you fucking forget it. And don't you fucking forget that it's happening. We're doing pirate software things now. Get that paint out of the way of my Google presentation. I would do it in the Google presentation if Google let me keep drawing, but if I do scribble, if I do the scribble tech, then Google shuts me out after I do like one line. All right, Project, what's your question? Hey Maul, do you recommend best of 3 or best of 1 for arena standard / historic? I play archetype decks, which aren't that great for standard, and then Wooburg Shrines for historic is my pet deck. Everyone recommends best of 3, but I don't see the great value in it because it means my games take longer when I'd rather they not. Ultimately, what you want to do is up to you. If you care about having good competitive games, it's always best of 3. If you care about just getting to see your deck maybe do the thing, then it's just best of 1. But you need to understand that if you play best of 1, what you're doing is you are playing dopamine slot machine. You are just running the deck out over and over and over, and you're hoping that you get a good hand and you don't get a matchup that counters you, and their hand also doesn't have a bunch of removal for whatever you're going to do. and then sometimes the deck will do the thing and the dopamine will feel good. But best of 3 is the only legitimate option if you want to actually feel like you're having a competitive experience, or if you want the back and forth to matter. I think we just make them have it. Yeah, and if you don't like the mono red decks, just cutting your junk off immediately, you would play best of 3. But like best of 3, you also have to do thinkies. And some people really do not want to think during their game of Magic the Gathering. I think this game's probably over. But some people really don't want to think during Magic. They just want to pull the slot machine and tell themselves that they're not playing the slot machine. Entity Tracker has Flash? Holy fuck. I mean, we lose, right? Yeah, we're just gonna lose because we don't have... Well, I'll see if they're like... I mean, no, I don't think seeing if they're extra stupid helps me here. Yeah, I'm just cooked. We have to get sheltered by ghosts or the whole game's just over. Spellbreaker, hit me with that rant, my friend. Okay. So they know I have this, so they probably have a second go for the throat. Not huge. I think they're just... Wait, they... That's crazy. I do also hate Sheoldred, or I do also hate Sheoldred Project. I came back to Standard because of a Brian Kibler tweet, and I can't help but think that the whole format would be a lot better if Sheoldred was banned. I mean, there's nothing to even... Like, I think we have to do this to try to break, to try to find Sheltered by Ghosts. I want to make this explore because this is gonna be... That actually hurts me because draw fucking kills me. Sheoldred's not as bad as people make it out to be, even if she's really good. That's not true. I think Sheoldred is not as impactful on a win rate level as people make it out to be. She is exactly as bad as everyone makes it out to be. Every game I've ever had a Sheoldred resolve in has turned into staring contest, except I have sepsis. Which is exactly as bad a play pattern as everybody says it is. It's just not like, you auto win because you have Sheoldred, because you can respond to her, and the decks that are playing Sheoldred generally don't have anything better than Sheoldred or don't have protection. The average Commander player talking about Standard acts as if Sheoldred is the de facto black card when that isn't the case. Alright, get out of here, Edge. Interesting. That's weird. Okay, Domain doesn't have it. That's weird. Huh. I mean, the thing is, like, right, which again, Arya, we're talking about, is it unbeatable or is it hyper annoying and hyper prevalent? Those are two different statements, and you seem to be arguing that it's not unbeatable when I'm arguing that it is annoying and prevalent. It's really only Golgari, and even that is kind of new. Sheoldred was not in the meta a few weeks ago. I think she's gone in and out, but the original reason I stopped playing Standard like a year and a half ago is because of Sheoldred. That was when Sheoldred and Rafine and the one Planeswalker, the Wandering Emperor, really took over the meta. But she has been walking her dumb little ass in and out of the meta ever since. And so people will say, like, the people that are really in tune with the meta will go, she doesn't control the meta. She wasn't here. Like, we had an 8-day streak of Sheoldred not really being popular. But I don't think that she's ever been truly unpopular. What will you do when DMU 1, Mom, and Bro rotate out of Standard? Probably play more Standard. If we're banning things off annoying and rampant, look at white. Why do they have board wipes? Their flavor text is order. How is killing everything keeping the peace? Graveyards are peaceful, dog. I want to be with you because I also don't like white decks. Cemeteries are mad peaceful. Go to one. Hang out. See what happens to you. Probably nothing. Wow, we didn't even have anything to spend this on. Hate that you're right. But yeah, if you ban Sheoldred, it's because she's not fun, not because of power level. Yes, I agree. And that's probably why I'm not allowed to ban things. Most annoying deck right now is probably Zur Domain. Maybe we try to build that. I probably don't have the wild cards for that either, because I'm a little broke boy. What's happening, Zyke? What's going on? Are you, like, making breakfast right now? Are you cooking up a full English over there while you sit on your... See, these are the blue players that give blue players a bad name. There is no decision in the world that could be worth more than 10 seconds at this stage of the game. Nothing justifies this. Have you played against mono white Caretaker's Control? No. That sounds heinous. Do you have a deck list for that? How difficult will it be to build this deck? Is it this version? Oh yeah, it is this version. God damn, dude, 29 rares. Lemming Ninja, thank you for the 12 months in a row at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home and for our year 1 anniversary. Afternoon, Mauled. I saw you play Balatro but couldn't catch the stream. How did you like it? I'm going to say something controversial. I don't find Balatro as addictive as people are memeing it to be. It's definitely a fun game, but it felt a lot to me like Slay the Spire, where I played it a lot until I felt baseline competent at it, and then once I understood what I needed to do to improve at the game, it no longer held any interest for me. I think I played it, like we did the stream of it, and I played it off stream for a few days after that until I had gotten like 2 or 3 wins under my belt, and then after I gotten 2 or 3 wins under my belt, I was like, oh, this isn't that exciting anymore. I think it's a pretty good game, and I think if you really like the gameplay loop, it makes sense that it's like super addictive. But it's not like, dog, I have rawtism. The mechanics are really good though. I think it's a very, very well built game. I like it more than Slay the Spire. I'll say that. Slay the Spire feels like kind of bullshit sometimes, and Balatro, I felt like I had a lot more agency than I had when I was playing Slay the Spire. But it was still like, okay, I generally get how to get better at this, and the curve of improvement, the curve of how to improve at this game just doesn't vibe with me on a spiritual level. Because I worry a lot about, like, for someone who spends most of my time in the videos I make talking mad shit about things, I spend a lot of time thinking about my own enjoyment and making sure that if I am spending my leisure time on something, I am enjoying it. And so if there is something where the process of improving or playing a game is not enjoyable in some way, even if it's challenging, I will just immediately give it up. Slay the Spire, the process of improving at it is not very enjoyable to me. I understand how to do it, and I beat it on every character. I do typically try to avoid giving up on things so early that I'm just having like an inherent negative reaction to getting skill checked. But after I've achieved baseline competency and I still don't like it, then I will give up on a game pretty immediately. And so Slay the Spire I've given up on. Balatro I wouldn't say I've given up on, but I've not really had the urge to open it back up. I've not played Risk of Rain. Reanimator, I do like fighting games. I really like fighting games. I just refuse to play on Wi-Fi. And I don't have people near me that play them, so I don't play them a lot. Elikman, I've not tried many other roguelike deck builders. Robesy into Tekken or something, that would be a fire stream. There would be hands in real life. How did you like Path of Exile 2? That's pretty fun. I don't know if I'll ever get deep into it because I don't think, like, I think if I was going to sink the time into Path of Exile 2, I would need to for it to be like really fun. I would rather play World of Warcraft. Now, playing World of Warcraft successfully in 2024 is much more dependent on being famous than anything else, but that is, you know, probably the direction I would go. Is I would rather just play World of Warcraft. I track the Smash Bros scene, so all right. This is not, I'm not going to out myself as a hater because I've stayed a hater. Let's pull up the track. This is Spargo. Who the fuck is that? This little Mexican child is Spargo. And he is one of, but not the best Super Smash Bros. Ultimate players in the world. I track the Smash Bros. Ultimate scene to watch him lose. I will not watch games. I will not watch sets where he wins. I typically don't even watch tournaments where he wins, but I will go and I will find tournaments where he loses, and then I will watch those ferociously. I will do the same thing for MKLeo, who was previously the GOAT of this game, and the reason I do that, I probably should have used Shard Mages, but I feel like Hall Creeper is going to be better. I'll just play another one. The reason I do that is because he's crazy good at the game. He's crazy good, and what that means is that he's very consistent, and he plays defensively very well, and he plays offensively really well. So the only time this guy loses is when other Smash Bros players hit the equivalent of like a black flash and they go, I understand it now, and they have the run of their lives. So I seek out the games where he loses, because that way I know that whoever went up against him did some crazy shit, and I'm guaranteed to witness cookery. Whereas if I just watch Spargo, it's like, okay, he's gonna play pretty goddamn good every second of the game, and he's eventually gonna win the war of attrition. But if I'm watching Spargo lose, cookery has occurred. I also will not watch any Steve players. Minecraft Steve is a fucking pox upon the world. I am a Minecraft Steve should be banned in Smash Bros. Truther. Toe Jam, hit me with that rant, my friend. Okay, this time we at least have a Sheltered by Ghosts. So they're gonna have Ward 1. That is 100% okay with me. I think we ward up this thing. How do you feel about Melee, the Smash with more sauce? I will watch particularly hype Melee sets and have a good time, but any Melee sets outside of shit that is truly hype just looks like two dudes furiously trying to jerk each other off and failing. This is fine for me. I'm good with either of these creatures fighting the dust. Am I gonna play Rivals of Aether 2? I don't even know what Rivals of Aether is. I'm questioning whether or not I just hit them, because what I'm worried about is, oh no, it's fine. Because if they have another Liliana, I can just drop Enduring Curiosity at instant speed and sack it, and then it's an enchantment. Cat Pactinator? Star Devil is in an infinite? Because I won't play an infinite. At any cost, I'm not going to play an infinite. Oh shit, they have the goddamn Innkeeper's Talent combo on me. That's lethal now. Die. Die with your stupid little combo deck. I wish whoever designed Innkeeper's Talent a very merry testicular torsion. Yeah, like, for the mana investment and for the card investment, I can accept that it's technically correct that the level 3 of Innkeeper's Talent plus Vraska kills you. It never feels that way when it happens, though. So, Nightsea, if you play Innkeeper's Talent and you level it up to level 3, and you play the Planeswalker Vraska, she will be able to ult immediately because she will enter with twice as many counters, and her ultimate will put 18 poison counters on you, making you lose the game instantly. Now, for requiring 7 mana and 7 mana of input just for this card, another 5 for Vraska, and both spells have to get through. You have to keep Innkeeper's Talent on the field the whole time. Vraska can't get countered. It is the appropriate power level. It is the appropriate power level for Standard. It never feels appropriate when you get Vraska'd. Oh, 6 for Vraska. Yeah, so on the speed at which it can come down, really it's comparable to, I would say, red deck wins in terms of how easy it is to counter it. And so it is the appropriate power level, but it feels so dumb if you make it out of those pivotal red deck wins turns and you're like, I made it. I made it. I'm going to get to play Magic the Gathering. And then you die. And then Toe Jam, I don't think I've seen your rant request yet. If you could hit me with that, I would appreciate it. Would you say it's better or worse than Jace Doomsday? I never had to play against Jace Doomsday. Zaranek, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Oh, Bean, are you here right now? If you are, say nothing. Spellbreaker, I didn't forget, but like, what's the topic? What's the topic, my goat? What do infinites look like in Magic Arena? So much clicking that you think you're taking an Excel course. Great. Can you run a poll on if people would watch a World of Warcraft stream? Because holy fuck, do I want to give into that addiction. If y'all think I'm addicted to League, you guys have no idea what a stereotypical neurodivergent loner I was until you've seen my World of Warcraft history. I played World of Warcraft obsessively for an entire decade. There was a winter break I got from high school. We got 2 weeks off. I logged 80 hours in World of Warcraft in those 2 weeks while still going to my like crew practice full time. It was basically the only thing I did. And after that decade of playing World of Warcraft, I logged back into the account a few years ago. My friends list, 0. I never spoke to another person. I did not join guilds outside of politely accepting invites foisted upon me. I did not speak to people. I did not raid. I did not have a regular dungeon group. It was just me and my Night Elf Hunter obsessively exploring every fucking inch of the World of Warcraft map. Okay, 80 in 2 weeks is fine for people that do not have full-on brain rot. All right, 15 years ago, 80 in 2 weeks, that's like a full-time job playing World of Warcraft as a random kid who was not indulged into gamer culture. Okay, Phoebe, we'll do your roast in a minute. It's the November deck, correct? $80 in 14 days is like 6 hours a day? Yes. That's a lot of World of Warcraft. I realize that the Overton window on what a gaming addiction looks like has been shifted by the rise of esports and the expectation that everyone plays League of Legends Wild Rift for 15 hours a day. If you're spending 6 hours a day playing a single video game, you need to go outside. You need to go outside more. You're spending too much time on that game. Overwatch broke me in hours. Yeah, my lifetime contribution to Overwatch is like 18 minutes because I fucking hate that game. I tried like 2 matches. It was one of the worst experiences of my life. Rant topic, the change to Avishkar and the world building of Muruganda. I have no idea about the world building of Muruganda, but I can speak to the change to Avishkar. And a lot of people memed it because they said, here, we'll pull up the Google slide again. So Avishkar is a niche Albanian insult. It means something. It means something akin to, do you wear a dick? It's a very, very funny insult. It is a niche Albanian term, and a lot of people were making fun of it because it is funny, but a lot of the like dickheads in like free magic, like a lot of the dickheads in free magic were like, oh, this is what you get for doing a wokeism. So hold on. Let's make sure we appropriately. Okay, bro. Give me the arrow. So according to Twitter, because Avishkar is a niche Albanian insult, it's like calling them a dickhead, Danny. Like if I said, are you wearing a dick on your head? Or is your hat a dick? That's me calling you a dickhead. And so it's getting lost in translation as well, because this is like niche Albanian street slang trying to go into English. So Twitter said, because this was a niche Albanian insult, it was dumb and woke, and that in attempting to appeal to the liberals, they just made the name more offensive. The original name was Kaladesh, which in Hindi, which was the culture the plane of Kaladesh was inspired from, it was a derogatory term for black people. It was an on-purpose slur. So we've moved from an on-purpose slur to accidental Albanian insult in a language and culture that the plane was not actually inspired from. This was fine, but this is stupid and woke. Kala is not racist inherently, notably. That's kind of like if I said the letters N, G, R, E, and I are not racist inherently. And I said that out of order on purpose, you motherfuckers. That's like if I said letters are not racist inherently. Sure, but also nothing is. Language changes depending on how you use it. And apparently, it was used an awful lot to be derogatory. The problem is Kaladesh, the slur, came from the language it was based on, while Avishkar is in a random other language. Right, that's the thing. So Avishkar was, I thought Avishkar was also Hindi. So that's the thing is Project. Avishkar is also can also be derived from the Hindi culture, but is not an insult in Hindi. Whereas Kaladesh, Kala means black in day-to-day use. Was the desh the part that made it derogatory then? You can't be offended, you don't have the soul for it. I mean, I'm not offended for sure. I do not have the melanin. It's also used to insult people. I mean, okay. So that's more of a, I'm not even gonna say it, but the color black in Spanish, it's one of those situations. And so we've moved from a thing that is used on purpose to insult people to a thing that can accidentally be an insult if you're being a pedantic if you're being a pedantic shithead. My only question is, in this situation, how the fuck they didn't get it when they made the plane for the first time. Goostens, I would bet when they made the plane for the first time, they just went, damn, this sounds cool. And they didn't check a thing. They probably just went, that sounds dope. Let's do that. That sounds hella cool. And then, all right, we're going to... we're going to depart from standard for like 15 minutes. Because we have a makeup roast for Phoebe. So for the next 15 minutes, we are going to move over to looking at Phoebe's commander deck, and we're going to be mean to it. The way this process works is Phoebe has given me a cool $25. They've given me a deck list, they've given me a primer, and they've given me a power level, but we do not accept the power level 1 through 10. It's wrong, it's bad, not accurate at all. Instead, we take Silly to Spooky to Scary, which is a rating developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE that is a measure of how ominous your individual turns are to anybody that is paying attention to the game. Elikman, it's called Avishkar now. It was previously called Kaladesh, and we've changed it to Avishkar. Out of curiosity, does the deck submission have to be on Moxfield? It does not have to, but the playtest will not work on stream if you are on Archetypes. So basically, if you want the deck to get playtested on stream, and you want a chance of the playtest making it into the supercut videos, you better submit it on Moxfield. Moxfield is the only playtester that is worth a singular goddamn in terms of watchability. And so I will review deck lists that come from other places, and I will even try to playtest them, but the scaling is so bad that the editor can't use the playtests. All right. So with that in mind, this is Phoebe's spooky deck. Currently, this is a deck that likes to put cards into my graveyard because it makes the Gitrog monster happy. Broadly, I want it to be a graveyard reanimator thing, but I'm not married to anything in the deck. Go wild with suggestions. Just as a warning, this was my very first commander deck ever. Frog. Okay, it's the Gitrog monster. All right, so let's take some bets now. Did they accidentally find the 27-step Gitrog monster infinite in their very first commander deck? For those of you unfamiliar, Gitrog monster turns landfall / reanimator into the most disgusting thing ever. First deck? This motherfucker is Bane. Phoebe was born in the darkness. Mox Diamond Mana Vault Expedition map in the first deck ever. Alright, we have Lotus Cobra, Azusa. It's 2 cards, so it has to be good. I don't know if this does the combo, but holy fuck, does Scute Swarm do something. Okay, we have Landfall Word Cloud Disease, which is currently taking over. And then we have, haha, I'm a green creature and I'm good, which is, hey, that's everyone's first commander deck. Everyone's first commander deck is, hey, this thing looks cool, and this thing does look cool. There's actually a 27-step infinite mold. I thought it was a meme. Danny, I think the 27-step infinite is for Anala, but I do believe the Gitrog monster has a spreadsheet. Proof of determinacy for the Gitrog monster combo. You have Dakmor Salvage in hand and the Gitrog monster and Putrid Imp in play. They had to write an algorithm to prove that it works. So it's not that the combo is complicated, but it is that the combo is believed to be non-deterministic. And so you have to hit them with the text wall. We're defining variables for the Silly Frog card game. I do think it also says something about Phoebe's personal aesthetic that their very first commander game, they just rushed to play Kermit at the end of his meth addiction. More landfall, more fill to grave. I mean, what are we... Untagged planeswalkers. Okay, and then we have God, demonic tutor. What a start. What an absolute start to your experience playing Magic the Gathering. Coming in at like a high spooky, low scary, but you just don't have the knowledge to combo off. We have Dakmor Salvage. I don't think we have Putrid Imp. We also have Saw in Half. Yeah, we don't have... What does picking Tassiger as my first commander say about me? It says that you're down bad. That's all it says about you. This is true random bullshit go. It's like a CEDH deck and a 5-year-old's diary, like a 5-year-old's Wattpad account about dinosaurs had a baby. I think we saved this for, yeah, fuck it, no ramp. We're gonna play a swamp and we're gonna like it. Nothing into, we'll turn 3, we'll presume we shot somebody. Turn 4, sure, Boseiju. Or actually, we'll play Ramanap and then we'll start, no, I don't know if we want to start fetching. We'd rather save the Gitrog monster. So land, Gitrog, Obscura. Now we get a thing, and now we draw a card. We sack the forest, play Obscura, get a thing, draw a card, play Riveteers, get a thing, draw a card. Now we have fucking Lotus Cobra, and just nothing to do. I hate the landfall players so much, dude. It's just gonna work no matter what we do. Okay. So from a roast perspective, I cannot give you any feedback other than touch less grass, because we're touching way too fucking much of it right now. In terms of matching the deck in front of me to the primer you have submitted, this is super not a reanimation deck. You're playing the Gitrog primarily as a card advantage engine, but you don't have a good vehicle for putting things into your graveyard. If you wanted to do Reanimator, there's probably commanders that are going to be better, so it depends a lot on how much do you care about having heroin-addled Kermit the Frog in charge of your commander deck. If you really want him there, you know, we can get something going. But if you wanted to turn Gitrog Monster into a Reanimator deck, you're missing a lot of non-Gitrog things that would be considered staples for Reanimator, and that is things like Mesmeric Orb, that is things like Ripples of Undeath. We can go to EDH Rec, and I'm sure that if we just hit self-mill, we'll find a million things. We'll just do it with Myco Tyrant. Head Shredder would also be kind of funny if you were going to do self-mill. You would want more of the dredge cards. You would want old Stick Fingers. You would want things like Skull Prophet. Instead of all this landfall payoff, which is good because Gitrog, but is also good just because landfall, you should be running things like Skull Prophet. Now, there are some things where Tireless Provisioner could go into every single green deck ever, and it would probably be fine. It would not be the ideal card for every green deck, but at 3 mana, every land drop creating a food token or creating a treasure token is probably at worst a lateral move. That is how overwhelmingly good landfall is. Skewed Swarm, same thing. Unless you're playing at the CEDH level, where your land count is so low you do not expect to make it to 6 or more lands, some of these cards are just so good that it's like, fuck it, we ball. And Azusa in this deck, because you have so much graveyard land recursion as well. Yeah, fuck it, you ball. Do whatever you want. But I think there are some things, like Titania is a choice to play into the Gitrog theme rather than the recursion theme. Wild Growth is just wrong. It does not synergize with what your deck wants to do literally at all. Strands of Night is decent. But right now we have a lot of effects that all do the exact same thing because landfall is just 87 cards that all do the same thing with slightly different names. It's just a value explosion with different nouns in charge of them. And so I would replace half of these cards at random with things like Skull Prophet, keep all the recursion, and then you need like probably 5 to 8 really, really juicy recursion targets. A classic one that is not in as much favor in Commander because it doesn't hit everybody and it makes whoever you hit remove your phone number from their contact list. Archon of Cruelty is a very classic one. Draws you a card, gets you life, forces your opponents to lose life in creatures. It's pretty good if there's an archenemy at the table who isn't you, although as soon as you reanimate it, you are going to be the archenemy. Mothra is also incredibly good. But for Golgari Reanimator, between green and black, there are so many strong creatures that you can really just go to Scryfall, look at Golgari creatures that cost 6 or more mana, and go crazy. Think about whatever makes you smile as you scroll through. This is a creature. It is green and it is black, and its mana value is greater than or equal to 6. Whatever makes you smile the widest, that is the correct card to play in your Golgari Reanimator deck. Why not Springheart Nantuko? Cook, that's a fine landfall card, but every landfall card is a good landfall card, and this primer says we want it to be a graveyard reanimator thing. So I'm trying to move them away from all the landfall stuff and move them toward things like Altenac Thrice Called. Fuck Gitrog, play Winter. Winter is decent. He's a much worse engine than Gitrog Monster, but he's also liable to draw way less attention than Gitrog, unless you are playing with a Republican. If you play with a Republican, he will be shot on sight every time he resolves. But Mill 3 on attack does help the Reanimator game plan. It's much less threatening than the sort of combo food that Gitrog Monster is. The Delirium can be a little bit hard to manage, but if you have a lot of enchantment creatures, you can get it going, and you also don't need to recur creatures only, which opens up a lot of possibilities for you. Why would a Republican shoot Winter? My understanding is Winter's non-binary. Oh, it's Nico who's non-binary. Never mind. Winter's cool. You'll live. Winter's fine. Tevi Scam, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Hey Maul, you mentioned voting decks can be fun as long as they aren't Tivit. Any favorite voting commanders / decks you would recommend? I would not recommend an individual commander because I think the point or the best path to identify a fun voting deck is to get away from the idea that your commander has to do the voting. What your commander should do is shore up areas of the deck that the voting can't handle. The deck on its own is going to actually be a little bit weak because giving your opponents choices is generally the wrong thing to do in a game of Commander. So what I would do to pick your voting deck or the commander for your voting deck, is I would pick all the voting cards, put those in the deck, and then see what types of things do these voting cards do for me, what don't they do for me, and then, yeah, go watch Snail's video on counterbalance commanders, yada, 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 and use the commander to fill in the gaps that the voting can't do for you. But okay, returning to Phoebe's specific deck, this is undeniably 2 decks in a trench coat with a Hulk-sized frog inside it. Mana Vault in your first ever commander deck is a sickness I don't know if you can ever recover from. The fact that you had both Mana Vault and Golgari Locket is the sweetest thing ever. It's like seeing a 3-legged dog trot up to you with a person's hand in their mouth. I forgot to write in the primer that it was a landfall Reanimator deck. See, the thing is, that's where you started lying, though. Because the landfall does not play with the Reanimator at all. There might be landfall cards that play well with Reanimator, but in this deck, you do not have a landfall Reanimator deck. You have a landfall deck, and you have a Reanimator deck, both fighting for dominance in the exact same 2 square feet of real estate. If you want it to be a landfall Reanimator deck, you need the landfall to serve the Reanimator portion. I think you have 1 or 2 cards that do that, maybe. Like Scion of Halaster kind of turns it into that. But the rest of it, all the landfall things do the generic landfall things of I'm going to make a shitload of tokens, I'm going to make a shitload of cards, I'm going to make a shitload more tokens. Oh look, I can actually deal direct damage once or twice. But it never speaks to the portion of the deck that is Reanimator. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde if Mr. Hyde was actually really polite and soft-spoken and didn't come up that often. And so the Dakmor salvage can facilitate the Reanimator, but we're missing all the other better dredge cards. And so really this has its landfall, and I have some cards that say Reanimate on it. But if we want to make it a proper Reanimator deck, we need more things that will actually convert getting stuff into our graveyard. And we have very little that gets stuff into our graveyard right now. Like Aftermath Analyst, this is almost landfall Reanimator adjacent because it's milling you for the Reanimator part and it can bring all your lands back for the landfall bit. There's Golgari Thug, which isn't really Reanimator, but at least can get stuff back from your graveyard. There's things like Cemetery Tampering, which is one of the classics for Reanimator. But yeah, overall we have a very focused landfall deck, or I'll say a relatively focused landfall deck that at the very end got bored and shoved in Entomb, Saw in Half, and Reanimate and Exhume and stitch together. So if you want it to feel like a Reanimator deck, it's going to have to feel like a much worse landfall deck. I think that will be better for the deck in general, because if I saw this deck on the street, like we are, you are right here, my friend. You are right down here. It is dangerous. Thank you so much, baby. Like the landfall is so good as a mechanic and Gitrog is so good as a commander that under no circumstances can I ever allow you to cook. It is a direct flight from moving from this slide to this slide as soon as you resolve any of the things like Azusa or Tireless Provisioner, or even Scute Swarm, it's just like, it's so fucking strong. And Reanimator is way less strong, which is a good thing. Reanimator being way less strong means people can let you cook and means you get to participate. Now, if you are surrounded by people who play Magic at such a high level that you have to go this hard, I would move. I would move states. Or I would download the Gitrog Monster combo proof. So I sentence you to having multiple decks in a trench coat. The very first iteration of this deck was the combo deck. This is like version 4. That's who let you build a combo deck as your first Magic the Gathering deck. Those aren't your friends, Phoebe. Those are not your friends. Those are people that have been contracted by the devil to prep your soul for him. Don't listen to them. Yeah, I think for the core question you need to ask yourself is, how much do I like Reanimator and how much do I just like Gitrog Monster working his fucking angle? Because if you just like Gitrog Monster working his fucking angle, that's fine. His angle is not really Reanimator. Like you may have been tricked because his combos can involve dredging, but his angle is just not Reanimator. But thank you very much for the submission, Phoebe. Go meditate, choose who you want to be, and then you can turn Kermit into a real Kraken. Mauled, I gotta know, Dark Depths, Thespian Stage, digging lands out of the trash every turn, based or no? I don't necessarily think so, unless you're trying to go for Archenemy. I'm going to make, like, depending on how you set it up, that sounds to me like just more landfall shenanigans. Because any world where you're setting up, I'm playing lands from my graveyard, I'm playing multiple lands, probably, to just hold up a 2020 over and over. I'm with Spellbreaker on, like, at that point, just play a clone deck. This just sounds like the cherry on top to try to trick me into saying landfall is based, and I'm never gonna fucking do it. 2 Silent Hall Creepers has to be fine. Thank you, Phoebe. Okay. We have Sheltered by Ghosts. Please don't kill my guy, though. I actually think I want to get rid of Challenger. I'm a little more afraid of the card advantage than I am of them getting Prowess now that I have Lifelink. Like with Lifelink in a Dream and they only have damage-based removal, sure. Hey Mauled, what are your favorite deck archetypes / gimmicks to play? I've questioned you about mine, but I'm curious because I like a back and forth. My overwhelmingly favorite gimmicks are, I really like clones right now. I built a Niv Mizzet clones deck that I enjoy a lot. I like anything that progresses the game to an unstoppable ending. That's something that I'm really a fan of, is I think most people take way too long to end their commander games, and the world would be better off if more people liked gimmicks that killed people. So like my Henzi deck is sometimes focused on heavy stack manipulation. So really what I'm saying is I'm not all that married to archetypes. I'm much more married to play patterns than I am individual archetypes. So I think we're kind of like in the race now. But gaining 4... So now it can be blocked, which is a little bit tough. We have Fey Flight. We can give it flying. Mauled, if I attach Springheart and Antuco to Omnath, Locus of Rage, will I need to worry about the ATF kicking down my door? You won't need to worry about that because they're not going to get the fucking chance. I'm going to be there way sooner. I'm going to be there way sooner than the ATF. Not a fucking chance you're waiting for the ATF, brother. Oh, do they just have it? No, they need 4 more. They might have that if they have another monstrous rage. It should be it. Oh, they're 1 short. Okay. Chill. So I think this mostly works. We do need to pull up the sideboard, or build the sideboard so that we can play it in best of 3. So I think Elspeth's Smite was part of the sideboard that I saw for this. We're gonna pull up my history off screen again because I'm smart. There we go. Oh, 4 of Elspeth's Smite. Oh my fucking god, come on. Okay. So we have the 4 of Elspeth's Smite. Rest in Peace, Lauren of the Third Path, split up. I love Gruul so much, it's such a rude color combo, especially in Standard. Gruul prowess is something else in Standard. Isn't Joust Through better than Smite? I think that exiling on Elspeth's Smite is relevant sometimes, but it may not be. I'm not totally sure. I will revisit that once I have played this deck a few more times. What? What do you mean we don't have Lauren? Oh yeah, Smite is relevant against the mice and against Unstoppable Slasher. Is it like Eorin instead of... No, that's not working either. So what's the Screaming Nemesis removal? I don't think we remove Screaming Nemesis. I think the only way we deal with Screaming Nemesis is Sheltered by Ghosts. Try Third Path for search. No, still not. I'm hitting Collected and... Oh, maybe it's... Okay, so Lauren is not legal in Alchemy, but is legal in Standard, which is fine by me because Alchemy is a cursed format. What's up, Arya? Alright, we're gonna craft all of this, and then we're gonna take this into... Fuck, I think I crafted one too many. God damn it. That's okay. but it's arena, put in a card to deal with an opponent and you'll never get paired with them. That is true. However, we are in bronze, so we're definitely gonna have to play against some turbo bullshit. Ranked best of 3, because we're fucking champions. Yeah, Ari, prepare to backseat harder than you ever have in your life. Alec, man, hit me with that roast request, my friend. Or rant redeem. Also, my girlfriend made me breakfast. Look at how nice they are. And they're such a good cook. I love them very much. I drank water. I'll do that. Breakfast at 2 p.m. is crazy. Here's my schedule right now. Here's my schedule, Arya. (1 a.m. to 8 a.m. I sleep. 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. I lift weights. 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. I get up and I do clerical work. Now I'm playing arena. No lands? Great. 1 land? Great. It's on top. It's on top, bro. Don't worry about it. Z's pronouns are they, them, Eris. Thank you very much for asking. Anyway. Fuck this guy. At 2:10 p.m. I tab out of dumb loser baby arena decks. 11 a.m. to noon. I get ready for stream. Noon to 4. I stream. 4 to 6. I'm sleeping again. 8 to 1 a.m. because I lied about how long I was sleeping after stream. I write bits and play video games. So I'm in this like weird biphasic sleep schedule right now. Holy shit, it was on top. We're so back. Hall Creeper probably gets countered and then after that I just play Glimmer. So you're saying you don't eat while you sleep? That's true. I don't. I'm gonna eat my avocado while they waste this turn. Oh fuck, is this domain? No, it can't be domain if they're on cottage. Why was the rope orange? I've never seen that before. That is one of the few times I've actually tabbed out long enough to activate my own rope. Oh, Reanimator. Yeah, the Haunt Woods is in the grave. Wait, no, it might be domain. If they're doing Harvest and Haunt Woods to hit the Everywhere tokens. I do not think we have to remove Heaped Harvest. This is a bootylicious domain deck? If so, Arya, we're in bronze 3 right now. It's bronze 3, brother. The domain decks are going to be quite bootylicious. This is bronze, could just be a random pile. I don't think bronze is actually the random piles. I think silver and gold are all of the random piles. I think bronze is mostly full of people who just haven't played many ranked games yet, and so I think it's a lot of like pre-built decks. Whether those are the precons Arena gives you, or they Google a budget deck list, I think a lot of bronze is, I've played fewer than 10 games of ranked, and in my experience is often not people doing homebrew. The people that do homebrew random pile decks are the ones that are at least making it to silver and gold because they are playing enough. You're dead here. Cool. Yeah, it's just really bad domain. Silver and gold are random piles. Bronze is... Yeah, silver and gold is where the people that are playing really shitty homebrew come in. Bronze is, I just started playing, I'm going to net deck something. For domain, I don't even know if we need to change a lot. Maybe we take in Lauren to get rid of Leyline binding. True, Disdainful's good. What would you say I trim, like an entity tracker, Arya? I mean, that has flash, so I don't know if we want to trim entity tracker. Why is Mauled playing Hilda? I just joined. It's not Hilda, it's very fair and balanced Azorius aggro enchantments. I'm being very normal. I'm being very normal right now. This is either goated or unplayable, depending on if the island is on top, and the island is on top. Mark my fucking words. Eggs in my face, not on my face. That island is on top. I'm gonna cry, dude. Dash, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hey Mauled, I heard in a previous stream session there's going to be an alternative way to sign up for a deck roast, so just asking me about that. Yeah, I've not decided on the final details yet, but the deck roasts are going to become something that anybody can purchase as a one-off thing, rather than being something you need a membership to the Patreon for. Members are still going to get members are still going to get early access, and they're going to get first dibs at like 75% of the available slots, but some of the slots are going to be just free purchase for anybody in the world who wants one. You don't have a counterspell, you're on domain, but you probably have like removal. Yeah, use it on the scavenger, dude. That's crazy. Shoot the sheriff. I mean, fuck it. 2-1 lifelink, and ooh, I really hope they don't leyline binding me. As long as they play something I can hit with Sheltered by Ghosts, this is fine. Cringe! How about another one? How about a second one? How many you got, bro? Bring them out. That's what, 2 pieces worth of? God damn, dude. We're so back. Who told me tap lands weren't playable in this deck? I'm gonna get you. Alright, about time. So I think now we can entity track. Oh, Jesus. So I think now we can entity tracker think fuck that guy, actually. Oh, and now we have rescue, too. God bless. We don't have all the fast duels lighthouse because I do not have the wild cards necessary for that action. I'm sorry, Yays. I don't normally eat on stream. I wasn't ready. Drummy Bug, hit me with that rant redeem. So next turn, I think we probably Gremlin Tame. Ooh, that's actually clever, because now... Oh, and now we're just so fucked. Okay. Good game. That's a little bold. Yeah, we could... No, we still can't swing with Entity Tracker yet. God, they have so much removal. We're through 4 pieces of removal so far. I do think it is GG if we don't get... If they have another disenchant. Oh yeah, that's game. Nothing we did mattered. I feel like we have to put Lauren in here. Because the non-stop... Yeah, the non-stop enchantments were just way too strong. So we put Lauren in. Yeah, we could do split up, but I'm not convinced that the flyers were like the overwhelmingly strongest part of that deck. I think the strong part of that deck was just like they had a guy who kept coming back and they just had like that was we lost the slot machine. We just lost the slot machine roll of they had 4 pieces of removal in the top 8 cards of their library. So we play this to fix some lands. This is tough because I think we have to wait till turn 3 to play the Glimmer. I think if we play it without Hexproof, we just get 1-for-1 instantly. Yeah, if it had been any other Overlord, we probably would have been fine. Oh, now we just slam it. Now that we have a second one. We just say, fuck it, we ball. And we put it down. Kill him, who cares? And now we can 1-for-1 them again when they try to kill the Glimmer. Okay. Please Leyline Binding. Please. Please make me retroactively correct and so smart for putting Lauren in this deck. I'm cool with demo field. Worst case scenario, we just animate the other bird land. Okay. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of beyond pips, but whatever you feel is best for you. Okay, so we have 3 rants to catch up on. We have Jomi Bugs, we have Elikmans, we have Mr. C-Max. I think we might have Nightseas too. So Elikman, what is your rant? And then Jomi Bug, I believe your rant was commanders that take a mechanic/gimmick and completely remove all downsides like Arcades. The rant was pinned. This one's extremely personal. For context, I tried brewing with Agatha, and when looking at cards at Wilds of Eldraine, there were basically no cards that have activated abilities Agatha would care about, so why on earth does Wizards print cards like this and not actually print dedicated support cards or packages for them in their set to allow them to function? Okay. Yo, straight up. Yo, straight up. Nah. Die. Die. No guy for you. Nice board wipe, no guy for you. Okay, good. I fuck with that. Because now they think they're safe. They have 1 white. Oh, thank you, Blenabs. I appreciate you coming by the stream and saying so. And then Mr. C-Mac, we could get your rant request as well. That's actually so cringe. I think we probably just lose now. I don't think drawing a card is correct because I think it just draws them another answer. Yeah, that's just game. C-Max, so yours is about World of Warcraft classes. I mean, that is just, even when you go to best of 3, I think if you wanted to design The only way to design a Magic the Gathering format that was a legitimate competitive test of skill is you would have to master the technology that lets people experience like 100 years of time compressed into 10 minutes. And you would need to force every game to be best of 100s or first to 100 wins. So like best of 201 or something. That's the only way you could make Magic be anything but a slot machine that has a decision once every 20 minutes. Is you have to master time Magic. You have to establish dominance over every timeline, and you have to make every game of Magic be a 300-hour back and forth. Okay. So we're gonna do Elec Mans first, which is, for context, I tried to brew with Agatha, and when looking at the cards of Wilds of Eldraine, there were basically no cards that have activated abilities Agatha would care about. Why on earth does Wizards print cards like this and not print dedicated support cards or packages for them in their synergies? The basic reason is there are only so many cards to go around, which is not much of an answer, but there are only so many cards to go around in the context of draft. And currently, Wizards is trying to print on the order of 40 to 50 commanders in every single set. That means maybe 4 or 5 get to be draft build-arounds, because that's how many cards it takes to build up an entire archetype. And if you say, well, then they just shouldn't have had that commander, if the option is between the commander either doesn't exist or the commander exists, but you can't build the entire deck out of just the set it came out with, every player, every marketing specialist, and every design team member is going to choose the second option. And that's the situation Agatha was in. Agatha gets to exist in a world where she otherwise didn't, because she gets to be a garnish that they threw on for the commander players. They thought maybe a few people want to play with activated abilities. We don't have a ton of commanders for that. We'll make a Gruul commander for it. And you can definitely make an Agatha commander deck, but you can't make it out of just Eldraine, because if they filled Eldraine with enough activated ability synergy in order for it to be a valid draft archetype, which is what is most important when they're designing an individual set, I lost my train of thought. The bottom line being is, if the options are we can serve this community but not 100%, or we don't serve that piece of the community, period, everyone always would rather serve the community at least a little bit. I feel like Wizards goes above and then more above and beyond to scratch the commander players back. We've seen more commander support this year than we have in the last few years. Yeah, the commander players are spending money on the game. We can talk about the morality of that for as long as we want, but as long as they are a business, it is their intention to put their effort where people are engaging with the game, and people are engaging more with Magic socially because of Commander, and then because of that social engagement, they're engaging more with Magic financially because of Commander. If you look at the content regarding Magic the Gathering, people are more interested in watching stuff about Commander than they are about Magic at large. And you can say like, oh, well, they should invest more in 60 card, and then 60 card would do better. At that point, we're telling them, why don't they run their business badly? People don't like it when you frame it like that, because it stops the corporation from being a bad guy all of the time. But whenever we say invest less in Commander, invest more in 60 card, we're really saying, hey, run the business but badly. Like, if I keep making all these YouTube videos and 2 years from now, I make a certain type of YouTube video that gets 5 times the success of every other YouTube video I've made, and I still enjoy making it, it would be ridiculous for me to not make more YouTube videos like that. Now, we can talk about whether or not they still enjoy it, but the people that are at Wizards still seem to love the game and still seem to love making the game, even when it's more around Commander than it is around 60 card. There's a lot of 60 card players who like the game less when it's more about Commander, and those people matter less than they think they do, which sucks. But they've been investing in the 1v1 format for 20 years, and their 20 years of investment in the 1v1 format has gotten blown out in 5 by investing in Commander. So why wouldn't you continue to invest in the format that people like more, people spend more time playing, and people spend more money on? There is no metric by which 60 card is the better investment from an internal perspective. And so it is very hard to justify stop scratching the Commander player's back when it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. RX Skull, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And Red Herring 1993, thank you as well. Trust me, I wouldn't want her to not exist. I just like to be able to throw in as many cards from that commander's home plane as I can reasonably justify to maintain a sense of thematic and aesthetic cohesion in the deck I create, especially for Eldrazi, which I really like personally. That is nice, and is also just not where Wizards' priorities are anymore. Wizards' priorities are on the board gamification of Commander. I also like thematic and aesthetic cohesion, but Wizards just knows that it doesn't sell as well anymore. Okay, and then there are other rants we need to catch up on. So there's Elikman's, there's one about World of Warcraft classes. Commanders that take a mechanic / gimmick and just completely remove all downsides, like Archetypes. I want to be so clear that I hate Archetypes. I think it's dumb. I hate Archetypes for the same reason that I hate Satoru Umezawa. I'm going to pull up Satoru Umezawa so that it doesn't feel like I'm bullying you and instead feels like I'm bullying myself. Satoru Umezawa cares about activating ninjutsu abilities, and it gives you card advantage for it. However, it also turns every card in your hand into a ninja, which means you can play them for 4 mana instead of whatever they actually cost, so long as you have an unblocked attacking creature. Which means that Satoru, instead of being a cool and fun ninja deck, is exclusively a method of smuggling Blightsteel Colossi onto the battlefield very, very early. Now, the downsides of ninjas are historically that they're not very good cards individually, and they're only good if you can really run up these ninjutsu triggers. Satoru gets rid of that completely and also changes the identity of the deck into something else entirely. It's super boring. How does that relate to Archetypes? Archetypes takes creatures with Defender, which are cards that normally have very low attack power, very high toughness, and can't attack, and turns them into card draw, and it lets them hit with their butt. So a deck that is terrible without Archetypes becomes an incredibly good aggro beatdown deck with Archetypes. And in similar fashion to Satoru Umezawa, he removes all the choice from the deck. You no longer have to do anything interesting, and I would argue that it is impossible to do anything interesting with Archetypes because the only thing to do is take every card that has ever been printed with Defender and put it into the deck. No matter what the stat line is, if the creature's stat line also includes this creature draws you a card, and this creature's power is suddenly 1,000% better than they originally printed, there is no point including other creatures. And on top of this, the deck totally fails to function as soon as Archetypes is done, or as soon as Archetypes is dead. It is both a deck that you cannot allow to cook at all, and if you stop it from cooking, period, if you attempt to slow it down, you shut this person completely out of the game. Which is fine from a competitive aspect, it's terrible from a social aspect. Same thing for Satoru. Fine in terms of how it can be countered from a perspective of the game being balanced, terrible in terms of the social ramifications of having a commander that just turns your deck into a sad trickle as soon as they're not on the field. I really dislike it. That said, I understand it because commander players and really consumers in general are unwilling to play things with downsides, period. Mark Rosewater talked about this either on one of his podcasts or on his Tumblr page at some point. They used to print cards with downsides. They used to print strong cards that had drawbacks that you had to balance around, and people wouldn't buy them and they wouldn't use them because they were more difficult to play around. They were a little more unwieldy than cards that were just straight up good. And so eventually they stopped designing them, because why would you design them? Nobody's going to use them. Nobody's going to appreciate them. Design the things that people are going to appreciate and people are going to spend money on, because you're a business and that's how you get your paycheck as a member of the design staff. And so if we as consumers were willing to play cards with downsides, Archetypes might have downsides. Or he at least might not remove every single downside of playing Defenders. But because we've told Wizards of the Coast for 18 straight years, if you put anything resembling a downside on this card, I'm going to set it on fire, and instead I'm going to play another copy of Sheoldred the Apocalypse. Now we have Archetypes. We've asked for it, and they've delivered. What about Ulalek letting you play Wooburg colorless? That was a good decision. Maybe not. I think every part of this text box is stupid. I think Ulalek being 5 color is very good because Eldrazi being limited to colorless is what makes them so boring. If you limit Eldrazi to colorless, they are forced into the exact same play pattern of I play a Honda Civic engine, into I play a Ferrari engine, into I play every other colorless Eldrazi under the sun, and I hope to God that you don't have a board wipe. Letting Ulalek be 5 colored opened up all of the like devoid colored cards that they printed in Modern Horizons 3. It opens up way more kinds of support that you can do. And then of course they took all that back by making Ulalek's text box, hey, cram this full of literally any Eldrazi you can find and then just vomit value onto the board. This part of the card right here was sick as hell. This part is not overpowered in a strength sense, but it is incredibly boring. They like used up all of the they used up all of the goodwill they had gotten with the 5 color thing by then making this part insanely stupid. Okay, ward double prowess. I need this fucking land. Oh, thank you. What's the ward? Ward 2. I think I hold this up as a blocker because it'll go to a 4/4. So if they haven't cast anything... Oh, I'm so cooked, dude. Oh, interesting. It is winnable. I'm just a little worried. Oh my god. So this will become a 3/2, then a 4/3, then a 5/4. So if they double block, I get blown out here. But if they don't, I'm gonna swing this and see what happens, and hope I can eat the Gitaxian Spellstalker. Damn. Damn. Why did you put both counters on the non-enchanted one? Because I was going to be able to trade favorably with Spellstalker no matter what, and I did not want to risk my entire board falling apart if they were able to remove the one that got sheltered by ghosts. No, Alec, I have not figured that out yet. Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna discard the hand size. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with Wizards printing every fucking useful land at rare. Oh, which deck, Ario? Because both mana bases are pretty fucking painful.
Getting heated, and
I mean, I don't even.
To make it lazy.
This just sucks. Did I watch the standard tournament yesterday? If so, what do you think of the meta? I did not watch the standard tournament. I mean, million colored pips, whatever. We're also just getting stuck on not having enough. Verges should be uncommon, change my mind. Basically every dual land should be uncommon. The only reason they're not is to create artificial demand for mana bases. I'm honestly I'm gonna shave my things that have additional pips just to put smites in. Because we're never getting past one white mana in the first place. Okay. I think we go for Scavenger down turn 1. Ozarus33, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. It's Kindred now, gang. I will correct you. Alright, we have another 1/1. We're so back. He has blue mana in hand. We have blue mana, we have Enduring Innocence. We'll draw something playable. This one, now the hand works. And we're gonna make these guys into 2/2. I was under the impression Typal referred to the strategy and Kindred the card type. Correct, and you're not using either word. XXX Nerve, XXXX, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Okay, they have Balmore. Oh shit, Osiris, my bad. The compiler can be pretty bad at picking up super chats. Oh, thank you very much for the 5, Osiris. Is there a free way to playtest Standard? Arena sucks and I want to prep for the Atlanta event. Not really. The best you are going to be able to do is by playing on something like Cockatrice, which is a free playtester, but it can be really difficult to get good opponents to play against. Cockatrice will let you playtest everything for free, theoretically, but unless you have somebody you know personally who's willing to test decks with you, there's not a matchmaking service on them. Yeah, you don't want to block, dude? That's fine. I don't like blocking either. I will kill you about it. But I don't like blocking either, dude. Withered Leaflet, thank you for the kind words, my friend. I appreciate you coming out of lurk mode to say so. Broadway, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I almost want to take Split Up just to board wipe his fucking untapped creatures. I will not, but I want to. Alabaster the Lost, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, Osiris, if you have friends, if you have a play group that is looking to do the same thing, then Cockatrice is great. Cockatrice only really falls short if you need other people to play with in the first place. But if you have like a group of grinders and you want to test out a bunch of decks, that group can play on Cockatrice together and playtest whatever you want. So do we... I feel like we hold mana... I feel like we hold mana and just Entity Tracker on their end step. Because maybe we Fae Flight our Hull Creeper. No, we're almost certainly...
Don't underestimate me.
Maybe they'll swing. Maybe they'll swing and then I prank them with Entity Tracker. Oh, beautiful. Would you consider putting a Porcelain Gallery into the deck and creating toy tokens? Synergizes well with the Enduring Innocence. No, Yays. It synergizes well with the individual card Enduring Innocence, but it does not synergize as well with killing people by turn 5, which is the goal of the deck. So now it's a 9/9. Can I... If I get another 11... No, this won't be enough to kill regardless. So I think I just hold Fae Flight, and then next turn Fae Flight can kill them. The tokens aren't good enough? No, making a 1/1 off attack is super not good enough in a deck that wants to be aggro and cannot buff its board in a wide fashion. The cards I made off of Porcelain Gallery would at best be chump blockers, and I get those off of Gremlin Tamer.
Well, gotta work with what's available.
So this is enchantment and aggro deck. Yes, it is aggro enchantments. Most things are 1 mana or 2 mana, and the goal is to get a creature like Hall Creeper on the field, stack them up with things that make them an 8/8 or above, and then kill people very quickly. Considering how little commander players build to beat flying, what do you think of Balmor, Battle Mage, Captain, and a sack of 1 to 2 drop burb creatures? That would work because prowess is way better than people give it credit for. You don't even need them to be birds because they would get trample. But as soon as you resolve one of a few really good cards like Burgi or Storm Kiln Artist, or if you even spend a couple turns ramping, once you have resolved them in Balmor, you have a vehicle that is akin to a 30,000 pound garbage truck driving at them at max speed. I know it is not technically prowess, Shadow Walker. This is effectively prowess. If you just play a million versions of spells that say 1 mana, draw a card, 1 mana, draw a card, rest of the card is blank, Balmor goes off. The creatures can be birds, they could be lizards, any creature type you want, as long as there are like 20 of them that aren't too expensive. Job done. You just win. You just win for it. It's just the front, so it's just prow. Yeah, there's no S, it's just prow. I was thinking like Gremlin Tamer and Gallery to create tokens. You can open the other side of the gallery to buff your whole board. Yeah, but yes, it's a question of what we cut. Because if we do that, we become a control deck, but we become a control deck where our payoff requires us to attack, which is very difficult to do. Ideally, we do not want to be getting to enough... We don't want to be getting enough lands to open the other side of Porcelain Gallery. That's a very core thing to consider, is in most games, if we get to 6 lands, something has gone wrong. And so if we want to pivot to Azorius Control that uses the gallery to win as our control win con, let's just pull it up so we can reference it directly. If we want this to be our control win con, we need to be attacking with non-toy creatures. Control typically does not have a ton of creatures they're super chill swinging with early on. So we're not going to do a good job of proccing Dollmaker's Shop until Porcelain Gallery is ready. And you combine that with Control typically doesn't have a ton of creatures to begin with. So if we lean into Control to utilize Porcelain Gallery, we're never going to have the creatures to make Porcelain Gallery that good. And if we try to do Porcelain Gallery in the version of the deck we have now that has a lot of cheap and easy to cast creatures, we never want to get to 6 mana. And so it just kind of, it fails on both sides of the equation for different reasons. Sybil, thank you for redeeming that random smasher pass. Oh, smash. Look at that. Look at those cheekbones. Look at those cheekbones. I am getting our children onto the runway immediately. This is a very good opener. I see, thanks for your explanation. Maybe I should put in some Hall Creepers and cut my galleries from the version. I would recommend it. I just can't imagine a space competitively that this deck would be trying to exist in where Porcelain Gallery is going to be better than having a Hall Creeper. Knightsy, I did see it, but it definitely got away from me. Can you repost your rant topic and then we'll get to it? Yeah, handful of terrible choices for you. I think that was the right one. That's probably what I would have chosen. The 1/1s are more threatening than the cost reduction. Okay, they're in Rakdos. When all they have is a 1/1, I'm just gonna run out a bunch of threatening shit. CMAC, no, we haven't done the World of Warcraft class either. So let's say after this game, while we're sideboarding, I will do both of those rants. Or actually, maybe this person isn't making decisions and we're tapped out. So, favorite thing to cook. Right now, it is bacon, chicken, fettuccine Alfredo. That is one of my easy comfort foods that I really like to cook. It's really easy to cook. It's very filling. It's very tasty. Shit is downright luxurious. And so now, anytime I go to the store, I am getting the ingredients for motherfucking bacon, chicken, fettuccine Alfredo. It's better if you make your own Alfredo sauce, but you super don't have to. I've never messed with making my own pasta, but like incredibly simple air fryer chicken, as many spices as you can fit into the air fryer with the chicken, some fettuccine noodles, some Alfredo sauce, and then you spice up the pasta sauce as well. Unstoppably good. Does your Alfredo use cream, or are you a traditionalist? I don't think, the last time I made the Alfredo myself, I don't believe I used cream. We're on 21 lands, Origin. I don't think I have to react. I don't have to react to Veilmerk for a few turns. My commander brain really wants me to pop this immediately, but I need to remember that I don't actually have to. I can wait a few turns. Winter Wolf, thank you so much for the raid, my goat. Then we have the World of Warcraft rant as well. Ooh.
One of your friends has to
This is actually... I'll get rid of Glimmer, actually. I think I'll be able to last with Glimmer. That's fine. So they have fear of missing out. So we're gonna draw a card. I will run out the ethereal armor that I already have, which is also gonna get us a 1/1 in case they have another Liliana. Wolf, it's been going good. I have been transitioning to a new stream schedule where I stream noon to 4, like 4 or 5 days a week, and that's been pretty fun. Then we have a rant from White Bread as too. Also, Wingnut68, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. That sucks. That was an okay move by them. That was a downright okay move by them. I am gonna Sheltered by Ghosts it, but they know about the Sheltered by Ghosts. Rant about Caverns of Ixalan. Yeah, I can do that. Hold on. I'm gonna make a million 1/1 so that they can't get rid of any of my important shit with Liliana. Oh, today was your first affiliate stream? Congratulations. Sorry to throw another rant on the desk, but I love Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Was not yet a Malltown viewer when it came out. I'd love to know what that draft experience was like if you played it. I liked Ixalan. I think I crashed out in Ixalan drafts a lot, even though I thought it was a good draft, because I would build decks I thought were really good, and they would invariably lose to Pile of Dinosaurs, which was a failing on my part. It was a skill issue. I know plenty of people who are good at drafting, and they were like, yeah, Dinosaur Pile definitely beatable, but I would do all this like tight or so I thought artifact shit every game, And then they would play, hey, I have 4 lands and now I have a dinosaur bigger than your house. What the fuck are you going to do about it? And my answer was always die. And that made me very angry some days. That made me very sad some days. Some days I wanted to lay down and delete MTG Arena from my computer. But I did like the set. I'm going to make my lifelinker just fucking massive, dude. God, and I get to draw? What a deck, man. You better block. Yeah, Pugnacious Hammerskull was my sleep paralysis demon for the entirety of Lost Caverns of Ixalan. That card, so fair, never felt like it once. Can I get to lethal? I think I can. With Scavenger? Yeah, I definitely can. Should have full blocked, brother. Ixalan is a format which sort of fools you into thinking you've made a good deck because it's such high synergy. It's really fun, but improving is difficult for that reason. That's totally true. Ixalan was every deck I ever built felt like it had such good synergy. The right hand was talking to the left hand. I was making moves. I was doing stuff. And then they would play Pugnacious Hammerskull and I would just die because it turns out the best synergy is Blunt Force Trauma. It hurt. Okay, let's continue catching up on these rants. From Mr. CMAC, we have, what is your least favorite World of Warcraft class and why? Either because of how it plays or the people that play it. I'm going to out myself a little bit and I'm going to say it's 100% rogue because I know the class is supposed to be good and I cannot fucking figure it out, particularly with respect to PvP. I tried to do arena grinding with one of my best friends when I play World of Warcraft. I was fucking terrible at it. I was terrible at it with every class, but no class was I worse at it than rogue. I would look at DPS meters in dungeons when I came back into the game in college and I had all the add-ons and stuff. I knew that rogues were supposed to be cool. I thought they looked cool. I thought the aesthetic was fun. And I just cannot fucking figure them out. And the cherry on top is that every rogue player I have ever met is a smarmy son of a bitch who possesses no life skills other than being able to execute whatever the fuck the rogue flowchart is. It makes me lose my mind every time because every other class in World of Warcraft I could play acceptably. Every other class I could play acceptably, and then any time I went into the arena in like Burning Crusade or something, a fucking gnome rogue would shank me in the asshole and I would get just so high diffed. It was like Sakuna versus a random bystander. Oh shit, do I make changes for this matchup? What even was it? It was like Rakdos big shit. Fuck. It was probably... Okay, Rest in Peace is probably one that we'll come up with. Did I never look up a guide? No, I was too proud. The only thing I knew about World of Warcraft content at that time was that, like, Asmongold was good, and I found him a little bit annoying to listen to. We're probably boned, by the way. I didn't mulligan again because there has never been a keepable 5 in the We're so fucking back. Holy shit. Holy shit, we're so back. We were goofed. We were totally goofed. I still find him a lot annoying to listen to. Yeah, Asmongold got much more annoying to listen to as he realized that if he started cosplaying and then acting alt-right, he could get a lot of money from baby rage gamers. But even before he was on that type of shit, I just didn't vibe. Not to the level of, like, I hate him, but just like, not for me. Yeah, I mean, I think I can't block the 1/1 anyway. if there's a future getting back into WoW stream and you want a tank or a cookie factory, let me know. I will let you know it probably won't happen because the poll got 8 votes, that is a vote in and of itself. I don't know how many viewers were in stream at the exact time we did it, but it was probably in the like 75 to 100 range. So we got 4 votes for play World of Warcraft. We got 4 votes for not play World of Warcraft. And we got, what is that, like 90 votes for I don't care. So if I can think of a compelling event to do, then we'll play it, yeah. But if I can't, there is not a lot of innate interest, it seems. Nefrets has been going pretty well. It was around a 10% participation rate. Yeah, 10% engagement isn't terrible. I'm gonna try to see if I can like get some goons. If there's like, I know that a lot of much more popular creators have been doing World of Warcraft with that like OnlyFans guild. So part of it is like, I don't really feel like anything I'm gonna do is terribly compelling, but I might give it a shot. All right, so they're just on removal, gang. 90 votes, I don't care, is crazy. Yeah, to some degree, that's like most polls. I'm sure that one of the reasons I swapped to this time slot is the noon to 4 time slot is meant to capture way more people that are listening to Twitch streams while they hang out at their office jobs or fuck off at school, even though I would never legally recognize you people. But anybody who's got their laptop open and they're working on chemistry right now, or they're trying to get an Excel spreadsheet done for their boss who they don't like, I'm here for you. I'm here for you right now. So maybe the 10% engagement rate is better than I'm giving it credit for. But it's still low enough that I would want to try to think of some like extra sauce to put on it. Can you poll YouTube as well? I know Twitch TOS exists, but still, I don't know how to poll YouTube live on stream. I could probably do a community post on YouTube and poll them via that, but I don't know how to do it as a tool in the middle of stream. God damn, dude. I think we just lose now. Yeah, we're on 3. Oh no, Render and Urk got discarded. So we can play this enchantment. Okay. I want to get both of these bigger than FOMO to live through the 4th piece of removal hitting the tower. Blenabs, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Bobby, have you seen an uptick in viewership since your time change? So right after the time change, we saw an immediate downtick in viewership, but I haven't decided. I'm trying this out for a month before I decide whether or not it is really a better time slot or not, because I think it could just be people aren't used to watching me stream at this time, and overall I do a really bad job of advertising my stream. I don't post on Instagram about it. I don't, do like stories anywhere else. I'm not currently multi-streaming to TikTok either, which I used to do pretty aggressively. And so part of it, I think, is, well, the people that were regular viewers got really tuned in to watching me at one specific time during the day, and now I don't stream during that time. So we're going to give it a month, basically. We're going to give it a month. We're going to try to advertise the stream a little more heavily, and depending on how it is doing after a month, we may try going back to a different time slot or not. But part of it is also to make the scheduling of my days better. I want something in the middle of the day to make sure that I'm getting up out of bed at a reasonable time. This person really has no life, huh? This person is just no life, no love, no nothing. All right, at least we got another land off the top. I didn't used to watch streams, so that's one for me at least. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, I'm having trouble sleeping tonight. Can Daddy Mauled wish me good night and maybe a kiss? Right on your forehead, Dark Nair. Sleep well, my friend. I'm just gonna keep... Hey, I'm just gonna keep... God damn. We're getting all the lands out. Bring them out, dude. Bring all these lands out. And so if I flick on the viewers now, Twitch is telling me we're at 116 on Twitch. Which, hey, I am super not complaining. Real quick, I want everyone to know this is not a complaint when I say that's a bit low. When I was streaming at my prior time slots, I think for a Magic the Gathering arena stream, I would typically, you know, want to see something that's in the like 130s to 180s number. But when I first switched to the time slot, like the first day, that's desperate. That's a little desperate, dog. When I first switched to the new time slot, and we did a Magic stream, it was like 60 viewers. So it is already much closer to what it used to be than it was even like a week and a half ago. So it's getting better. Do they have any creature lands? They don't. So overall, I'd say they're pretty good. Follow growth is still pretty good. Subs are still pretty good, even though we haven't done... Subs are really high for not having done a sub goal, because the last sub goal we did was for a Warhammer stream that I still haven't redeemed. And so until I do the Warhammer stream, we're not doing a new sub goal, but I would say subs, the sub count is pretty healthy independent of that. Speaking of which, Beefcake Emperor, thank you for gifting 5 additional tier 1 Twitch subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven. Shout out our goat Beefcake, who was gifted 221 subs in the channel over the course of their life. I appreciate that generosity very much, my friend. Unfortunately, I had an interview today, and it's looking like I won't be able to tune in live almost ever anymore if I get this job. Listen, Nephres, I'm never going to be angry at the homies succeeding, although I will say your homework is now convert one of your friends to watch my stream. It's not hard. No, Alec, man, the thing is I started playing Warhammer Space Marine 2. The problem was it was basically loading screen simulator. I think it took me to play like one 15-minute mission. It took me 45 minutes on Space Marine 2. That was with my old computer. How do YouTube premium viewers compare to Twitch subs? Is it pennies? Yeah, basically. YouTube live streaming, I think, makes me a little bit of money, but the way it generally breaks out is YouTube in total makes me more money than everything else but Patreon. YouTube recently turbo fucked my monetization with the change to shorts, so now none of my Commander roasts are videos anymore, which very much hurt my ability to run ads and sucks a little bit, but whatever. I make cartoons for a living. It's dope. Don't worry about me. So YouTube as a whole makes me the most money outside of Patreon. Then after that, live streaming, Twitch makes me way more than YouTube live streaming. I think YouTube live streaming, God, it might make me like, I might get like $5 a stream on YouTube. Maybe. I'll check some stats. Hold on. Okay. So, let me make sure I'm not going to leak anything super important. Here's one of my recent live streams. This got 2,000 views total, 266. So this was 150 people, 150 average viewers for 3.5 hours. And I got a cool 16 for it. Which, hey, that's dope. That's money that I would not have otherwise had. So getting money out of a vacuum, that's sick for me. But it is like nothing compared to literally anything else. Am I getting into 40k or Age of Sigmar? Probably 40k. It depends on who I do the stream with, because I want it to be a collaboration stream. I think it'll do better if I do it with somebody else rather than by myself. I think the right play here is Innocence. So YouTube views on videos and shorts are good, but streaming views are bad. My views on YouTube streams are still good. I think more people watch me on YouTube than watch me on Twitch. It just doesn't make me money. That doesn't mean I care about you guys less, because you guys are supporting my channel as a whole, which makes me more money than Twitch overall. God damn, dude. Can I play some magic cards, please? Alright, now we're hopefully chilling, because we have 2 ways to make this guy hexproof. Please, dog. Holy heck. I'm tired. I'm tired, dude. So Raven, Kenobi is who I'm gonna do it with, but we have to set up a call and figure out what day doing a like duo stream is gonna be good for him. I want to try to trick them with Fey Flight, but they've been piling so much removal on me, I feel like I need to hold it up to save Glimmer. What is the sideboard tech against Esper removal pile? I think my deck is, in theory, my deck is just good against it. And so I don't know that I need too much sideboard tech. Why do you hate Kyler so much you won't ever talk about him? Elijah, we've been through a phase of I just hadn't thought about it. And then it was a phase of, okay, every time they ask about Kyler, I'm going to add one more day. And then it's just like, honestly, your comments haven't been the chains that I see first when I'm picking right now. I've been watching all the videos, liking, I'm subbed on YouTube and Twitch, and I've been doing my best to tune into the live streams after I get hired while watching the VODs help or nah. Listen, Nephros, you are already doing more than enough to support me as a streamer, which I appreciate very, very much. I think we lose now. Oh, we get a creature. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, but they can fucking shuffle it. Okay, we're in top deck mode. And so, in terms of how you can support the continued growth, it's watching the VODs. If you like them, please watch them. Other than that, it is like, if there's a thing that would get you excited to see, that's very meaningful. A big thing with streaming is getting into the like event meta. One way, no, watching VODs is like practically meaningless for my revenue. So in terms of supporting me financially, this is better than nothing. It's not enough that you should like, if there's like a podcast you'd rather listen to than watch my VOD, do that. It's not a big deal. What a waste of time playing against this person was. My God. Like, we could hold up negate. But even holding up negate feels awful because, what, we're waiting for Kaito to come in? They're not reanimating. Wall Snuggler, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. They weren't really targeting me, and they weren't dealing non-combat damage. It might be something I just have to run back and like run back, no changes, hope to God that oh yeah, you know what? Smites could matter. Get rid of the only clock that they have. I'll throw in 3 smites. Elegman, no, I definitely didn't see your last comment. I got distracted by playing the Magic game. I always recommend Age of Sigmar because so much of it is better than 40k, from the rules to the writing to the quality to the creativity of models and factions. I'll rep it till the day I die. I'll check it out. I'm probably going to be playing on some type of online simulator. I'm trying to check up on other things I'm behind on. So Knightsy had a rant, Dark White Wolf, you had a rant as well, and then Whitebread, I don't think we've hit your rant. So Dark White Wolf, I think your rant was about the most annoying Magic player I've ever played against. And then Whitebread, if you could hit me with your rant request, that would be great. Oh, yours was Ixalan. And then, okay, so we did Whitebreads. No, you don't need to do another. We're a little behind today, if anything. I'm just trying to make sure I haven't missed even more people. So Dark White Wolf, your most annoying player I've ever played against. There's definitely one archetype of player that annoys me the most. I'm going to try to pre-redact in my head identifying details about this person, because we're still people. I don't want them to feel super bad. I definitely thought that these would fix each other's mana, and now I don't have any blue pips, and I think we just auto lose. Anyway, the most annoying archetype of person is somebody who will not stop whinging very emotionally about the luck-based nature of the game and how they should have won if not for the turbo bullshit that you did. And it's tough to say that I actually hate this person, because playing against them made me self-reflect on how I was approaching the game, and I think has helped me approach the game in a much more snarky manner, because I used to get much angrier about how bullshit and luck-based the game was, and now I still think that it is a ridiculous gambling simulator, but I can have a lot more fun with it. They also made me quit competitive Magic. Playing against this person made me single-handedly realize that playing competitive Magic against people was never going to be satisfying or fulfilling, because I ultimately empathized with them and I felt like they did, and it felt to me like they were just so angry and upset about the game because they were so heavily emotionally invested in a thing that could never meet their actual needs. Now, the person, they were an Angels player. I played against them in an in-person event, and we had some pretty good banter during the game, and I thought we were going to have a pretty good time, and I ended up beating them, but we had 3 really close games, and the whole time, the banter very quickly changed from us saying that the other person was doing bullshit to them talking about how my deck was always cheating, how their deck deserved support that it hadn't gotten for years and years and years. And after our match, because we had had some level of rapport, they thought we were like buds now, and they kept talking back through the same rant to every new person that came up to them. And the thing was, it annoyed me, and I agreed with them. Everything they said was correct. They were making some very good points, but for the most part, they were miserable to be around, because all they were talking about was how dumb and stupid the thing they had committed 10 hours of their day to was. And after that, I was like, I'm never doing an in-person competitive event again, because this is exactly how I feel. And the only thing stopping me from being exactly this annoying is a little bit more knowledge on when I should just shut up. And since then, all of the urge to play the game competitively has left my body. And even though I'm speaking about them as like the most annoying person I've played against, I identify with them, I sympathize with their position, and I hope that they quit playing competitive Magic so that they can be happier as well. Because they generally were not that caricature, annoying person. They were a totally fine to be around person that I had good rapport with, and then it was immediately black and white, oh, this is such a drag. Sorry to prod a bit, it's just I'm about to go soon, but yes, Tabletop Simulator is a great way to try before you buy. All right, I'll see if I can get Kenobi to do Age of Sigmar with me. Alec, man, thank you for coming by the stream, and thank you for all your input. See, I've tried pre-releases, and it feels the same. Like, I just don't... If I go to a pre-release, it's to kick it with my friends, and I think I would honestly rather just, like, get people... I would rather go get snacks for my friends that are playing Magic than play Magic competitively in an environment where I'm supposed to take it seriously. On stream, we're fucking around. We're seeing if we can ruin someone else's day to steal their dopamine as our own. We're here to laugh at any funny moments that happen. I'm trying to understand the game a little bit better. But if I have to leave my fucking house, if I have to leave my house and commit to 6 hours of I am riding this out, I would rather just go get people McDonald's and then crack jokes with them in between games. Spellbreaker, I believe you that they are. I've done them and still have this opinion. Knightsey's second rant prop, rant about ranting. For sure, brother, I got you. Well, skill issue. You are right. If I was much better at this game and felt like I had way more agency than I do, maybe it would be more fun. But for me, when I want to... If I'm putting my competitive energy into something, I want it to be something that I have near total control over. I don't expect to have 100% control in anything that I do, because that is just unrealistic. But if I am to take something seriously with a competitive mindset, I don't want it to be as slot machine-esque as Magic the Gathering is. D-Man, I'm talking about the most annoying Magic player I ever played against, which is sort of just being discussed in concert with why I don't take Magic seriously as a competitive game. I have to see you versus Krim, Kyle Hill, and Ben Brode, my dream collab. Hey, get him to respond to my emails, dog. We'll do it. I mainly do pre-releases because no one knows the optimal plays yet, so I don't feel like there's pressure to get anything right. I also attend events at stores to give everyone some kind of prize support. I've definitely had the most fun with pre-releases out of everything else. I will also say probably my favorite in-person Magic the Gathering moment was playing a pre-release against one of our longtime Discord members and actually a champion of one of our Discord tournaments, where my pre-release packs, I really did not know what to do with them, and I was not confident enough to build a three-color deck. So I built 2 different 2-color decks, and I played against this person, and I lost game 1, and I said, do you need to sideboard anything? And he said, nah, I'm good. And I said, okay, I'm going to sideboard something real quick. He said, okay. And I just pulled out the second deck and knocked the first one into my bag. And we both laughed very much. And that was fun. That was a fun part of pre-release where we did not know what the fuck we were doing. But every part of Magic that approaches people that know what the hell is going on and they're taking it seriously grind all of the joy out of the game for me. And then he beat me again, by the way. He then ran that shit on me a second time. Yeah, I think we just value time. They have one card in hand. So that was dope. I wish that playing Magic didn't feel so sucky at times. It got a lot better for me when I disconnected from the idea of taking it seriously as a competitive pursuit. Commander got better for me too. Even though in theory Commander was always meant to be the fun time version of the game and not the super tryhard version, when I fully gave up on the idea that Magic the Gathering was a legitimate test of skill and it was just a bunch of friends hanging out, I immediately started to have a way better time. No. I would like to beat you to death. So I'm going to continue building my board, actually. And now I think I have them on lethal. Moonstalker, hit me with that personal question. Out of curiosity, while you can't disclose who's next, what about the number of roasts in the backlog? How many you got on the list? I mean, Dark Air at this point, it's basically every commander that has ever been printed. And so the backlog is thousands. The backlog of people that have highly requested commanders is probably in the tens. I do think you still die. Cool play. Cool play. Die. I'm not even gonna do the Birdland. Are we gonna be doing viewer games today? We might. I'm gonna think about it. I gotta go pee, so hey, you guys can sideboard for me in Twitch chat while I go to the bathroom, right? Okay, I don't piss that long. I don't piss too long. That's fine. What even? I can't even remember who we were playing against. Cuomo, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. It was, oh right, it was almost like prowess, but it was like Simic prowess. So maybe, I don't think it's negate even. Maybe rest in peace. Just to be, like, if I'm trying to be super hateful, it seemed like they got cost reductions for having a full graveyard. and they were bringing stuff back. But I'm gonna do rest in peace just to be a little shithead. What 2-color pair would I assign to the average McDonald's drive-thru employee? Boros, easily. White, because they have to follow the rules while they're on shift. Red, because deep inside every single one of their hearts, they want to crash out. They want to crash out. Believe me. I think we're dumping this. Having fun versus winning. How thin is the line? It's both incredibly thin and incredibly thick because it is entirely a change in your mindset. They mulliganed to 5. I am so sorry for them. Now we're actually back. Because if you can understand where to find the switch in your brain for I am putting personal investment into whether or not I win at this game, it's very easy to turn that off. If you aren't sure where the switch is, it's very hard to turn it off. Silthanas, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Is it just me, or is Boros the most boring pair? It's just you. Personally. I think that a lot of Boros commander decks struggle because they struggle to have an archetypal identity outside of aggro or stacks, and that for sure can suck. Now the question is, do we greed out? Do we greed out to play Rest in Peace after we get... No, we can't, because we're going to have to fucking skip a turn on these tap lands anyway. Oh, cool. This gets a little bit bigger now. So now the crab tech won't work. Hey Mauld, what do you think about most standard decks being just piles of removal with some value pieces? That's basically every deck in competitive ever. Outside of most combo decks, and even combo decks will typically have some type of protection or interaction unless the combo is so bad that you have to be exclusively focused on pulling off your combo turn 3 or dying. Dog, I'm gonna fucking lose to a shitty Storm Chasers talent deck? Come on. Well, they can't get anything back, actually. Yeah, I think this is fine. Entario, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Mill 4 cards. Okay, permanent. Oh, right. That doesn't do anything. Oh, goodbye, Talarian Terror. They still get it back. Oh. Oh, because K-Shrab, yeah, this way, it doesn't care that it got exiled. The reading is occurring. Shut up. Okay, we're down to 2. Fuck, dude. We need, Okay. We have enough creatures in play, but we have to block until we get sheltered by ghosts now, or until we get another entity tracker on the field. Oh, and Tara, did I say follow? Yeah. Hit me with the personal question. I guess I am sleepier than I thought, if my brain is melting that hard. We have also not done the Rant of Rants yet. I'm probably going to handle that after I get this game done. What's your favorite low to no effort meal? I'm having some cup of noodles right now. Sriracha yakisoba, for sure. Can I get some... they're land screwed, and I'm land unscrewed. God bless. Okay. We're almost out of bronze, man. Oh. Oh, cool. They just gave us tier 1. Sick. Missed my key for personal question. You've mentioned playing D&D. If so, do you have a favorite character you have played? I have 2 different answers to this question. The favorite individual character I have played is actually the first D&D character I ever played, who was a dwarf barbarian named Dane Boulderbrawn, who kept a personal journal that was a record of every town he had ever visited and became the wrestling champion of. He was like Ash Ketchum from the Pokemon series, but instead of catching Pokemon, he just wanted to find the best grappler in every municipality he went to and best them in single combat. The adventuring was just gravy. He was just funding the travel. And so every fucking town, there was some stupid bit about me trying to find or rescue or develop the greatest Baki wrestler there, and then us having a fucking Baki episode together. As far as classes or broad archetypes of characters, I really fuck with religious casters. I always make them have a crisis of faith, but I love being able to change my spell list every long rest. It's the best. It's the best thing ever. Being able to change the whole list. New day, new me. Oh, you got that frost damage? How about thunder damage now? I'm not even taking chromatic orb because I'm not a loser. We got bless on deck. We got bane on deck. You need heals? We got heals sometimes. Only on Tuesdays. I enjoy it very much. All right, and then Nightsea, I need to have a cough drop, and then I'm gonna do the rant about rants. I just want to do dumb stuff, like make a deck where every card forces people to make choices. Will it win in spooky/scary? No, but it's just not something common and makes people consider the game state instead of just jerking it. Yeah, I like that a lot, Nephris. I like, those are my favorite decks too, and also Niv Mizzet clones. those are the 2 different flavors. My deck is once again trying to grief me on my land base, but I'm going to make it work. Look at our curve. We have turn 1, Optimistic Scavenger. Turn 2, Optimistic Scavenger. Turn 3, Ethereal Armor. Come on. We're fine. We're so fine. And then Intario, I don't think I've seen your... favorite low no effort meal. Right. The Sriracha Yakisoba. It's going to be on top, Nephris. Just trust. Okay, that's not what I meant by it, and I think game, I think you know that, but sure. Honestly, we can try to make this shit work. We can try to force this to work in mono white. It won't, but we can try. Did I just watch that dinosaur get fucking airdropped in? Yeah, you did, White Bread. Only reason to play Arena, these guys right here. This land base is insane. These commander... Hold on, hold on. Wait. Do I kill them? This is lethal. Wallahi, brothers. Mashallah, we have destroyed The Golgari invaders. No sideboard. I have no idea what deck they're playing. No sideboard because I have gained no useful information. I know bro is so mad. Bro is trying to figure out how he can change his sideboard to have cut down in it. He's trying to figure out, hey, can I run 2 lands and 58 copies of Go for the Throat? Fuck this guy. Dude, me when I'm armored. Me when I'm armored. That guy doesn't even know, dude. Yeah, sure, I think this is fine. Did the honeymoon with Moto end, or are you taking a break from 2001 era looking interfaces? I think the way it's probably gonna go is I'm probably gonna do Mondays on Arena, Tuesdays on Moto, Sundays and Wednesdays are roasts, and then Fridays are variety streams. So it's still gonna be both, but it's probably gonna be 1 day a week on Arena so that my eyes don't fall out, and then 1 day a week on Moto so that I can play against good players. Where's the cut down, brother? Even more hatefuler.
Enough with the mysteries.
Even more hatefuler. That's fine. I get it, dude. I wish I didn't, but I get it. Project Moto is Magic Online, which is it's a free platform, but you have to pay for all of the cards. It is, ironically, kind of a better way to play Magic because the price investment means everyone on that platform is taking it way more seriously. I have way fewer people that rope me. I have way fewer people that play in a way that seems like BM. Now, unfortunately, Magic Online looks like Excel vomited after a Taco Bell binge, which is not the best. I think optimal here is I Scavenger, Sheltered by Ghosts. Turns out Sheoldred is a bad card, actually. It looks like the sound of dial-up. Yeah, that is a very good way to frame Magic Online. Yeah, Arena does have the pretty animations on its side, but again, trying to, like, the quality of player on MTGO, ridiculously higher. Both in terms of how good they are at the game and in terms of just, like, they're not wasting your time the whole game. Whereas players on Arena, like, if a player on Arena starts to lose the game, they are going to take it out on you. Plague Scholar, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Okay. I didn't play Gremlin Tamer to hold up Shard Mages. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, they're gonna get one of these two back. I think I give them Watley back for sure. Maybe this is where I put the wall in to get rid of the hexproof. Secret 25, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Brainslayer, yes, you did it right. Hit me with that personal question, my friend. Sorry, I went deaf while I was trying to make sure that I did not blow myself out with resolving this stuff. The question's pinned. Who is your main in League and your favorite lane? So, I think, and being this might hurt you, my favorite role is stuck between mid and AD carry. My favorite character to play is Draven. I don't subject my friends to playing with my Draven all that often. That said, it is my favorite individual character to play. God, I don't think I can swing with, let's see, this is a 4-4. I can make it a 5-5, a 6-6. If they block enough, they still kill that. We gotta make this guy big enough that he can swing. Yeah, there we go, ethereal armor. Job done. So the lanes I like the most are mid and AD carry. I like playing champions where I feel like if the game goes on long enough, I will be able to carry us. So I like to play champions that scale. I was a Nasus main for a really long time, which I realized Draven isn't inevitable. Draven I kind of like just crashing out immediately. My favorite individual character has been Smolder recently, which is a little dragon. Looks like Spyro, does infinite damage as the game goes on, is really fucked up as long as you know how to survive the first 10 minutes. And that's my favorite type of gaming. So I have I have 2 enchantments. So I think I do have to just drop ethereal armor and pressure them with it. We've also got a smasher pass. Hard pass. Oh my god. Even though it's some strong suck, hard pass. Yeah, they're almost hellbent. We should have this game pretty totally wrapped up, because now Gremlin Tamer is getting big enough. I guess they could actually. We did goof a little. Oh no, if they block Gremlin Tamer, yeah, we did goof a little. The smart thing to do here is throw your entire board in front of Gremlin Tamer and get this Flesh Gorger back, and then the Menace Lifelink. Yeah, and that keeps you in the game. So that is, oh wait, they die. Oh, they double blocked, right. And then they didn't block with, that's crazy. All they had to do was block with this guy. Yeah, if they just blocked with Midnight Reaper, they would have been fine. So I'd say Smolder's the closest thing I have to a main, but I tend to jump around on different characters a lot. I play Yone, Hui, Nasus, Akali, Draven, Smolder, Ezreal. I would say those 7 are my most common right now. You sound like a Vygar man. I don't like Vygar because he feels like he's hard countered by Sapients. I tend to be dissatisfied with characters who the answer is like, hey, what if I just walk away? What are your thoughts on Braum? Please don't make me cry. I won't say, D-Man, I won't say anything mean about Braum. I think the League of Legends design team has done enough to Braum. I will leave him be myself. Yeah, Zapores, we're doing Azorius Enchantment aggro. We're very close to making it out of bronze now. That's fine. Every single thing in my hand is dope, so whatever they take, I don't really care. Or I guess if they have turn 4 Sheoldred and they take the Sheltered by Ghosts, yeah, I'll probably play against that. Or I'd probably be sad about that. I used to play... I played Renekton, Diana, and Rakan when I played League, so you just really liked not mattering after 40 minutes, huh? You just clocked the fuck out as soon as that game timer hit 40. This is looking kind of like Golgari mid-range. Maybe they're on Altenac if they're actually complete madmen. I never hear anybody talk about Xerath. What's up with that? It's because he's totally irrelevant unless you're scripting. If you are scripting or playing against a very bad player, then Xerath is relevant. Otherwise, it's like, I don't know, dude, just dodge. Oh, back to hand is crazy, dude. Play your Sheoldred. I know you want to. I know you think I got greedy. And you think I don't have another Sheltered by Ghosts. I do. Say I got a friend who plays League. What character could be a red flag if they're their main? Answer like I know nothing about League. The number one red flag in League of Legends is if the person plays alone. This is a more powerful indicator than whatever lane they play, however long they've played, or whatever champions they play. If you play League of Legends by yourself, you are in danger no matter what. There is no champion you could play that would convince me you have a healthy outlook on the game if you queue up by yourself, or God forbid, you go into solo queue by yourself. That is the number one answer, is who do they play with? If you're playing alone, seek help. After that, we can start talking about things like every Draven main is a fucking maniac. It just depends if you're chaotic good or chaotic evil. Things like... Oh, hold on. Hold on, I gotta try to win at Magic real quick, gang. Solo queue, Heimerdinger, thoughts. No matter how much worse you make other people's days, yours won't get better, D-Man. I need you to internalize that. You cannot actually extract happiness from other people. Which is what you are trying to do if you play Heimerdinger in solo queue. What if I play ARAM by myself? Why don't you just go to the casino, dog? That would be less harmful to your mental health. If you've spent any money on skins, it is the exact same financial investment and will make you feel less bad. Holy shit, they're trying to do Altenac. Thoughts on Kindred for a guy who doesn't play League much at all? Kindred is better as the subject of your fanfic than they are as a champion to play. Okay. I feel like Rest in Peace is good. I feel like Crystal Barricade. I kind of want to try Crystal Barricade for these decks that are trying to hit me with that dog shit. In terms of discard. Like, I'm gonna just trim everything else. I think playing ARAM solo is infinitely healthier than playing ranked or standard, you know, or even unranked solo. Fondue, thank you for the $2 super chat. What about Nasus mains? Y'all are based. Real, based, and awesome. In League, is there a champion who leeches health? Basically every champion does it. There's like 2 champions whose abilities are based around it, but pretty much every champion buys it in an item. Almost everybody buys like a weapon that will give them a little bit of lifesteal. There are 2 characters, one of whom is a giant werewolf, and the other is a giant hot lady with her grippers out, who are focused in their abilities on stealing health. Nasus also steals it. Nasus actually gets like a crazy amount of lifesteal. Oh, this is gonna be the greatest rest in peace of my fucking life, dude. Oh, they almost have Gix. Oh, Vlad too. So far more than 2. There are plenty of characters in League of Legends whose abilities are based on leeching health from others. Let me amend that statement. They don't have any creatures in the game. Yeah, I mean... Oh! Oh! I don't know about all that. I do not know about all that, though. Yeah, Jordan, Entity Tracker does have flash. Tank, Echo, top lane, you're going to hell. You're the worst person ever, Pizza. I don't know what part of the fun computer game made you think, I know what would be cool. I'm going to put everybody into purgatory, but you will be judged for it. Briar is based because it's my girlfriend's main. That's fine. All of my cards are the same. I have a 2 of and a 3 of. Take whatever you want. Oh, we're so back. Ridiculous levels of back, man. Goodbye. Oh, they have 1 copy of Go for the Throat left, huh? We got through 3 pieces of targeted removal just for them to... Oh no, Haywire Might, okay. Non-creature artifact or non-creature. So I'm fine with Haywire Might because this is a creature enchantment. I'm a Mordekaiser main. Am I invited to the cookout? Only if you're on my team. Let's say... Yeah, Ethereal Armor. Let's say a casual... I mean, they're gonna chump block this anyway. Is Jungle Taric cool? That's not possible. And if you think it is, stop playing in bot lobbies. Oh, they're gonna destroy Sheltered by Ghosts. That's true. Wait, there's no way they can read that well. There's no way they can read like that. Hold on. Wait, no. Fuck, they can read like that. They clicked wrong! I'm not giving you the chance. I think they were trying to be like immensely clever and thought, oh, I'm gonna reanimate the Might with Valgavoth's Faithful, and then I'm gonna use that to get the Sheltered by Ghosts, and I am not giving them the chance to do that. Excellent. 8 to 30, just as the life totals should be. Tremendous. Also, I think somebody asked about League Smasher passes, and the thing about League Smasher passes is there's like no middle ground. Every champion is either an obvious yes, because the premise of the champion is like, oh wow, there are furry elements to this otherwise just super hot person. Or fucking frog. There's no spectrum. Those are the two ends of the binary in terms of the smashability of League of Legends characters. How did I know it was gonna be Tom? Dude, I'm benching the Kench. I'd clench on the Kench. Disgruntled. We gotta do better. We gotta do better. Alright. Let's do Nightsea's rant on rants about rants. What's good about them, what's bad about them. I added this as a stream redeem like 2 years ago, and when it started, I really didn't like it because I felt like I didn't have good enough material for random stuff that I couldn't predict. And I think that between ranting and personal question redeems have been the two avenues that have improved my streaming the best, because they give me constant practice at doing calm, soothing, dulcet tones, talking my shit about something. I had the misconception when I started doing these that every rant needed to be really angry, needed to be really excitable, and now I accept that I just need to care. I just need to find the angle that I engage with the topic about and then do it. And I think it's made me much, much better as a streamer. And now, Bean, we better be clipping every fucking single one of these. I think the best part about rants as a redeem is they're really good for farming the stream, for clips to post to like TikTok, YouTube, wherever, to try to promote the stream, because they're these very clean 45-second slices of me injecting my personality about something and showing chat engagement, which is very strong. This hand is also insane. Like a Fox, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Oh fuck, we have the wrong. I thought this was the Verge. I thought this was the good land, not the bad land. I should have played a fucking Plains. What am I doing? Oh my god. Okay, we're about to see if skill actually matters in MTG Arena, because I have just fucked this curve out. I don't think I could have played this worse. I think every permutation of playing this hand, I play it better than I did. Do you feel you have higher chat engagement than other streamers, or just about average? I do not know near enough about streaming to have a strong opinion. I wish I had a better answer than that, but I have only this time slot switch that I've done recently is the first time that I have ever taken any external data and tried to apply it to my stream. My view numbers have consistently gone up in the long term. My follow numbers and my sub numbers stay going up, and so I'm taking that as a sign that I'm doing things right. But overall, I don't know near enough about what chat numbers would be considered good to have a strong opinion about whether mine are good or bad. Do you play a D&D game set on a Magic plane? Would you? And if so, which? I would. I would love to play through the, like, Bolus storyline. I think that would be really fun. So I'm gonna put a counter on this and try to make this big enough to fight. Okay, you don't love your Sheoldred enough. I think I can outrace Sheoldred's damage, is the thing. It's gonna be close. But I think fuck. That's tough. Both of these are almost equivalently good, though. If I get a Sheltered by Ghosts, we're so back. I don't get my real name. Oh, right. Ward is the rant topic. Those on the stream who have played both first-person shooters and MOBAs, which LoL champion best bridges the gap between the two? Even though I don't really fuck with first-person shooters, I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring and say, rather than one specific character, it's going to be assassins as a archetype of character, because assassins really strongly benefit from you finding one solid angle into the fight, and if you can find that solid angle into the fight, you can break the fight open and win for it. And that is what a lot of shooters play like, is you spend a lot of time like stancing up, and if you find your angle and you get into the fight the way you want to, you basically get to crush everybody. And that is how assassins play. But in terms of like the actual physical mouse movement, nothing matches it very well. Maybe Zeri, even that, it's the way you move in MOBAs is very unintuitive and is very different from how you move in shooters. And so I would say assassins are probably going to scratch the itch of, I spend a lot of time trying to find my way into the fight, and then once I've found my way into the fight, I'm going to be okay. Oh, right, I'm going to draw 3. Fuck, dude. And none of them are sheltered by ghosts. That sucks. So we got through a third of the deck and didn't see a 4 of. That is some bad luck. Zoe works like a first-person shooter character? Why are you lying on the internet, Pizza? Yeah, this is tough. I don't think we can get... We might be able to get our board big enough to win by going wide, provided they're not able... That is interesting. Are they just going to make me draw cards? That has to be the out, right? Oh, yeah, I just die. That sucks. Because I couldn't block either of them, and then with them unblockable, they just kill me. I'm going to take the barricade just to stop the bat from ripping my hand. I'm only just now realizing Magic doesn't really have a central villain again. Urz is dead, Bolas is dead, now the Phyrexians got fucked. The villain slash anti-hero is going to be Jace now, because Jace and Vraska are on Operation Blow Up the Whole World. But yeah, they don't have... The story's just kind of collapsing, because they've found that people aren't paying attention to it. The story is like decent window dressing on top of whatever set is coming out, but like nobody's like that about the story. Nobody's really in deep. The people that are engaging with Magic aren't engaging with it because they care what the hell Loot is actually up to with Jace. Been playing for a few years, there was a story. Exactly. And like I had to talk about this with some friends recently. but they fumbled the ending of the Phyrexia arc so badly. That was the first storyline that I got to be in Magic from the start to the end of. And they get to the 1 yard line and just kick it square into the fucking stands. It was honestly impressive how bad it was for them to do all of that setup and then in like one story chapter go, okay, Elspeth is back, but she wins this time. And after that, 90% of the bad stuff is gone now. Elspeth is back. She dodges this time. Otherwise, everything's cool. Alright, and they had the perfect fucking first 2 cards to deal with that. Like, Phyrexia got put in the dumpster unceremoniously. They did that whole arc and then just, I think we're probably just cooked again, especially if they're taking Shard Mages. Whatever, we'll play Hall Creeper. I'm convinced most of the issues I have with Magic wouldn't be real if they never ditched the block system. That is true, and the game would be less popular. And so it's kind of a, like, lose-lose on either side. If they had never gotten... If they had stuck with the block system, motherfuckers just didn't care about the block system very much. That was a big problem with it. It gave them a lot of space to develop arcs, and it turned out it was a minority of people that cared about seeing the arc be developed. We make fun of Magic for devolving into, okay, it's just the same characters wearing hats now. People are buying the sets and playing with the cards when it's just motherfuckers wearing hats. And so from an internal review standpoint, I don't know how the people in Wizards are supposed to correctly identify the problem, because every metric they can actually look at is telling them, oh, the people want hats. Why are we trying to force feed them this thing that they don't want when all of their behavior is saying, hey, can you please give us hats? Like, I would also prefer if the story was more fleshed out. I would prefer if Magic had a more complex storyline than Jace has this 5th kind of hat on now. But I also know a little bit about how corporations work, and I know that we currently are only giving them the feedback, hey, we would really like it if you gave us more hats. I think we copy Gremlin Tamer here. Yeah, Duskmourn had some really good world building. Duskmourn was very good, compact, individual set. The story's not crazy deep, but the plane itself felt very cool and it felt very explorable. Idols and Anchors and OG Capo Flex, thank you very much for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Do I want to commit? I don't think I commit Shard Mages here. I have a 5/4 with lifelink. I think I just keep swinging on them. I know I must have missed a bunch after just hearing Jason Vraska went from let's save everything to now that everything is good, let's blow it to fine chunks. Jester, they did what is one of the most tired storylines in all of fantasy, which is the character realizes they exist as part of a cycle, and so they decide the only way to fix it is to destroy the universe because cycle bad. That's the entire Magic storyline now. Is Jace and Vraska are like awakened or some bullshit, and now they understand that they only exist as part of a greater cycle, and they're like, the only way to break the cycle of pain is to kill everybody and everything. And that's the only way to truly free them. Which was maybe cool the first time they did it 3,000 years ago, and is now substantially less cool. Alright, we will simply gain life back and forth forever. I'm gonna toss all these on, because I need to break parity with the Preacher somehow. Them getting the 1/1 lifelinker every turn is gonna be crazy annoying. I think I hold Shard Mages here still. I'm not under very meaningful pressure. There we go. Yeah, now we're gonna be breaking a little bit of parity. Beautiful. Now we have a massive lifelinker. They have nothing. Oh god, I haven't scrolled down on chat in 5 minutes. Okay, I missed a bunch of comments. We're gonna catch up soon. Ben Smash, are you offering any courses or lectures on Patreon on how to become the real 420 booty wizard, Mr. Hound? Not at this time, my friend. I will prevent the exile. Ha! Oh my god. Very brittle spirit. Very normal. What if the solution that they come up with is to specifically stop interdimensional travel, and therefore they have to stop selling planeswalkers for at least a few sets? I would never stop shilling this game. If they ever did a lore reason to stop doing planeswalkers, I would become this game's #1 advocate for years. It would make me so happy. I hate planeswalkers so much, dude. They're selfish. They disrespect the rules. Most of them are bald. The list goes on and on. Yeah, this bangs. We skip turn 1 and then it's hot. Spyglass Siren, dog. What are we talking about? But does that mean you hate yourself since we play as planeswalkers? No, I don't. I'm a planes talker, bro. I just yap about them. I don't leave them. This is so fucking tired. They've had this turn 2 every fucking game. Be careful, one day you'll be bald hound. No, I won't. I'm getting a hair transplant. I've looked into it. There are doctors. Drivable. No shot. 3,000 United States dollars later, you're all cooked. We'll just double fix our mana. Deep Cavern Bat is a fatherless card choice. Dude, Deep Cavern Bat isn't fatherless, it's motherless, it's parentless. This is an orphaned card choice because you have nobody in your life that has ever loved you or shown you care or goodness. That is what leads you to playing a Deep Cavern Bat deck. You know where they get that hair though? Okay, you got, so, ways to tell me that you have not kept up with hair transplant research. They take hair from here now. Y'all are trying to clown me off of shit from 1970, dog. I'm just getting this shit. They just move this shit up here. Job done. I'm just tired at this point. I'm just fucking tired. I think we might just lose to the tempo. It's not for sure. The Sheltered by Ghosts giving lifelink is gonna give us a lot of power here. They are going to get to draw a card, which does suck. But I at least get to... So I'll go up 3. Okay, so I'm only netting down 1 life a turn right now. Which, if I get to Shard Mages, then we'll actually be even on life every exchange. That is okay. Why not play Glimmer, then... both shelters? I did not want to tap out, but I did not think about the Glimmer. I was too worried about that's game. That sucks. I mean, sometimes they just get spoon-fed the game, and that's how Arena goes. But the Glimmer misplay was just me being like, the cards that matter are Sheltered by Ghosts and Shard Mage's Rescue. But when you play removal.deck, people just get to pull the slot machine on you, and sometimes they're more lucky. Alright, now that we've gone over the 4-hour mark, that's going to be it for today. We're going to raid our good friend MTG Nerd Girl, who should be online by now. They are online. They're starting soon. They're going over some patron deck techs. Make sure you tell everybody to include Dance with Calamity. The raid message is going to be, she shard on my mage until I rescue. Thank you all for following, subscribing, generally putting up with my bullshit. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, noon PST, with another stream for you. I hope you're all having a good start to your week. I hope you have enjoyed today's stream. And above all else, I hope you remember to stay toxic. I'll see you all tomorrow. YouTube, that's just it for us. Have a good day, my friends.